Welcome to Monk's Temple. You've been carrying things that were never yours to hold. Silent grudges, words that cut deep and never left. Regrets replaying in your head like broken songs. And no matter how much sleep you get, you wake up tired. Not in your body, but in your soul. This isn't just background noise to help you doze off. It's a mirror. And maybe for the first time in a long time, it's going to show you why peace feels so far away and how to finally bring it home. These teachings don't offer quick fixes. They offer truth. Sometimes quiet, sometimes brutal, but always freeing. Tonight, you're going to hear the insights that can drain the poison from your past, untie the knots in your chest, and give you the power to let go. Not in theory, but in real life. This is for the part of you that's had enough. The part ready to stop suffering over things that no longer exist, to stop fighting ghosts that live only in your mind. So stay with me, because what you're about to hear won't just help you sleep, it might just change how you wake up tomorrow. Let's begin. So if any part of that felt like a quiet punch to the chest, good. That means something inside is awake. Not everything that hurts needs to be healed. Some things just need to be released. But before they can be released, they need to be seen. Not with judgment, not with shame, just seen clearly for what they really are. And that starts with a habit almost everyone carries without realizing it. The habit of feeding the fire. It starts small. A heartbreak, a betrayal, a cruel word said in passing, a moment that felt unfair. But instead of letting it pass, the mind builds a chair for it, pours it tea, and gives it a name. That's how suffering becomes identity. Not just pain felt, but pain worn. Like a favorite old jacket that doesn't keep you warm, but you keep wearing anyway because it feels familiar. Because at some point, the story stopped being something that happened and started becoming someone you are. Pain doesn't destroy people. Clinging does. Clinging turns a moment into a life sentence. Clinging turns a comment into a wound that never heals. And the worst part is, the more it hurts, the more real it feels. The more real it feels, the more it defines everything. The brain, trying to protect you, wraps itself around the wound and makes it the center of the self. It says, "This is who I am now." And the moment that happens, the fire is no longer outside. It's inside, and it's hungry. We learn that clinging to pain is like grabbing a hot coal and blaming the fire. But nobody tells you that the coal can feel comforting. That when identity is shaped around being the victim, or being unloved, or being angry, it gives a strange kind of stability, something to hold on to when life feels out of control. And so people feed the fire with stories, with justifications, with secret thoughts like, they need to see how much they hurt me, or if I let this go, it means it didn't matter. But the fire doesn't care about justice. The fire only wants more fuel. Every time the story is repeated, it grows roots. The pain gets reinforced. You tell it to a friend. You relive it in the shower. You argue with it in your head while driving. You carry it into new relationships and wonder why you keep ending up hurt. Because you didn't heal. It just changed form. But underneath, the identity stayed the same. The hurt one, the betrayed one, the angry one, the one who can't trust. And every new moment is filtered through that identity until life becomes a loop. What makes this so tricky is that it doesn't always feel bad. In fact, sometimes it feels powerful. Righteous anger, noble suffering, victimhood that demands the world treat you with special care. But the teaching cuts through all that. It doesn't say your pain isn't real. It says your pain isn't you. And that's the knife that cuts through the illusion. There's a word in these ancient teachings, anatta. It means not self. It's the understanding that there is no fixed, unchanging self. Just processes, just passing mental states. Thoughts arise, emotions arise, identities arise, and all of them can dissolve. But the moment a person says, I am this pain, they forget anatta. They turn a process into a prison. The truth is, no thought or feeling has ever stayed forever. Not even the deepest grief, not even the sharpest betrayal. But clinging makes it feel permanent, like a tattoo instead of a passing storm. Why do people keep feeding the fire? Sometimes it's because the pain is the last connection they have to something that mattered. If they let it go, it feels like they're letting go of the person they loved, or the justice they never received, or the version of life they were promised. But the pain is not that person. The pain is not justice. And the pain is not the dream. It's just the echo. And an echo is not substance. It's just memory bouncing off the walls. Healing begins when the feeding stops. When the pain is no longer rehearsed. When the story is no longer treated as truth. When the emotions are allowed to arise and pass without being built into a home. But that doesn't happen through force. It happens through seeing. Through watching the mind say, they wronged me, and realizing, there it is, the fire looking for more wood. You don't have to fight the fire. Just stop feeding it. There's another trick the mind plays. It says, if I let this go, who will I be? Because when a person has carried hurt for so long, releasing it feels like death. Like a funeral for part of the self. And in a way, it is. But that's what growth feels like. Like grieving the version of yourself that couldn't let go. And in that space, something new can be born. Not because you forced healing, but because you stopped identifying with what hurt you. Practitioners don't walk around chanting affirmations all day. They don't tell themselves they're healed. They observe, they watch, they let go. Because the practice isn't about fixing the mind. It's about understanding it. Watching how thoughts arise, how pain tries to grip, how identity tries to hook itself onto whatever feels most powerful. And by watching it without judgment, without resistance, it loses its grip. You don't kill the fire. You just stop handing it matches. In stillness, you start to see clearly. Not just the pain, but the craving underneath it. The craving to be seen as right. The craving to be understood. The craving to never feel that way again. And that craving is the clinging. The teaching doesn't tell you to stop feeling. It tells you to stop craving, stop needing things to be different than they are. Because that need, that friction between what is and what should be, is where suffering begins. Sometimes the fire is quiet. It smolders. It hides under fake smiles. It shows up in sarcasm, or control, or needing to be right. But it's still pain. Still unprocessed, still tied to an old identity that says, I'm only safe if I keep this armor on. But armor rusts, and it gets heavy, and eventually, it starts to hurt more than what it was protecting. You are not your pain. You are not your story. You are the awareness behind it. And awareness doesn't get burned. Even letting go can become a trap if it turns into another identity. I'm the person who has let go. Because then the ego just rebrands itself. That's why the teachings always return to one thing. Emptiness. Not emptiness as depression. Emptiness as freedom. Emptiness as the space where identity no longer clings, where pain passes through like wind, not because you blocked it, but because there's nothing for it to stick to. There's a practice called noting. When a thought or feeling arises, you simply note it. Pain. Anger. Grief. You don't add a story. You don't chase it. You don't build a personality around it. You see it, note it, let it go. Like clouds in a vast sky, they come and go, but the sky never changes. That's you. The awareness. The sky. And when the mind screams, but I was wronged, you can say, yes, but that was then, and this is now. Every time you return to now, you starve the fire. Every time you sit in stillness and observe without feeding, the flames shrink. And one day, they're just ash. And even the ash blows away. Letting go isn't weakness. It's the strongest thing a person can do. Not because they don't care, but because they finally see that carrying it isn't noble. It's just unnecessary. The fire was never yours to tend. Let it go out. Let it go cold. Let the space that was once filled with smoke be filled with light again. The identity made of pain doesn't need your loyalty. It needs your forgiveness. Not because it deserves it, but because you do. Now take a breath. The first one you've taken without the weight of that old story. Feel what it's like to not feed the fire. Let that feeling grow. And as the fire begins to cool, as the smoke clears and the weight of your pain-shaped identity starts to lift, something else begins to surface. Something quieter but just as toxic. The words. The ones spoken in anger, the ones whispered behind backs, the ones repeated silently inside the mind until they become scars. Long after pain has passed, speech often lingers, like the smell of smoke in a room after the fire's gone. What was said or heard can outlive what was done. And now it's time to talk about that residue. Words are not just sounds. They are energy with sharp edges. Once released, they don't disappear. They ripple through time, sticking to memory, influencing thought, altering identity. Every sentence, every whispered complaint, every sarcastic remark carries a vibration. And if left unexamined, that vibration becomes internal noise, a low hum that disturbs peace, even in silence. People forget that speaking is an action, and every action has a consequence. The teachings are clear on this. Speech is not neutral. It either helps or harms. There is no in-between. Wise speech is one of the core limbs of the path. Not because of politeness, but because words shape reality. They build minds. They poison hearts. They twist self-worth and fracture relationships. A single sentence poorly placed can become a lifelong wound. And sometimes the most damaging words are not the ones shouted, but the ones repeated quietly again and again inside your own head. There's a weight to harmful speech that people carry like dust on old furniture, barely noticed, but always there. Criticism spoken years ago still echoes. Gossip spoken carelessly still sits in someone else's heart, corroding trust. Insults wrapped in jokes, shaming disguised as advice, judgments dressed as concern. It all piles up, not just in others, but in you. Because when you speak negatively, the echo doesn't just affect the listener, it shapes the speaker. It builds a mirror of negativity you eventually turn inward. And it's not just what's said aloud. Inner speech has power too. The way you talk to yourself matters. If the inner voice speaks in cruelty, in doubt, in ridicule, then that voice becomes the narrator of your life. It comments on everything. It tells you who you are. And slowly you start to believe it. I'm not good enough. No one listens to me. I always mess things up. These aren't facts. They're scripts. And they can be rewritten, but only if they're first seen for what they are, inherited, repeated, and untrue. Mindful silence is not just about being quiet. It's about detoxing. It's about stopping the flow of poison before it leaves the tongue. Every word that isn't spoken in awareness is a risk. That's why practitioners often speak so little. Not because they have nothing to say, but because they respect the weight of saying it. They know that careless speech is like throwing ink into clear water. It only takes a drop to stain everything. Wise speech is more than kindness. It's clarity. It asks, is this true? Is it necessary? Is it helpful? If it doesn't pass all three gates, it stays inside. And even then, it's spoken with care. Not to win, not to dominate, not to hurt, but to connect. And that kind of speech cleanses the residue. It repairs. It heals. But how do you let go of words that already caused harm? Especially the ones you can't take back. First, by acknowledging them. Not avoiding, not justifying, just seeing them honestly. Yes, I said that. It caused pain, that seeing is the first purification. Then by committing to speech that builds, not breaks. Not because of guilt, but because speech is a tool, and tools can either destroy or repair. Gossip is another silent poison. It feels harmless, sometimes even entertaining. But every act of gossip, even passive, even subtle, plants a seed. It creates separation. It trains the mind to look for flaws, not beauty. It normalizes judgment. And worst of all, it invites that same judgment back toward you. What you spread, you absorb. So even when it feels harmless, gossip leaves a residue. It pollutes your view of the world, making it harder to trust, harder to love, harder to feel at peace. Internalized criticism is its own cage. Sometimes the voice is not yours. It's your parents, your teachers, your ex-partners, but it speaks through you like it belongs there. The teaching is that thoughts are not facts. They are clouds. They pass. But if you believe every negative thought, you'll drown in the storm before you realize it was never raining. The key is awareness. Catch the thought. Name it. Release it. Over and over, until the inner voice softens. Until it speaks not in attack, but in care. Letting go of harmful speech doesn't mean forgetting what was said. It means not letting those words shape who you become. It means not gripping the knife by the blade. If someone insulted you and you replay it every day, they don't need to be present for the harm to continue. You are doing their work for them. But you can stop right now. Not by pretending it didn't hurt, but by refusing to let it echo. Each time you choose to drop the thought, to stop the replay, to breathe instead of speak, you take your power back. The body holds on to harmful speech too. You can feel it in the tension of the jaw, in the tightness of the throat, in the restlessness of the chest after a fight. Words that carry anger, lies, or harm vibrate through the nervous system long after they're spoken. That's why silence heals. Not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of presence. The silence that listens deeply before speaking. The silence that hears what's underneath the words. The silence that makes space for truth to arise on its own, not be forced into form. Wise speech also means learning the art of pausing. Not everything that arises needs to be said. Silence between emotion and response is where freedom lives. That gap, that breath, is your chance to break the chain, to end the cycle of reaction, to choose peace over victory. And each time you take that breath, you rewire your mind to speak from wisdom, not from wound. Think of the people who have said the most hurtful things to you. Now consider this: they were probably hurting, too. They were likely speaking from their own unresolved pain. Their words were not about you. They were about them. Understanding that doesn't excuse it, but it helps you release it. Because when you stop taking harmful speech personally, you stop wearing it like armor. Forgiveness, too, is a form of wise speech, even if it's never spoken aloud. The inner decision to stop carrying someone else's words like a badge. To stop defining yourself by what someone said when they didn't know better. Forgiveness doesn't mean what was said was okay. It means you refuse to suffer over it any longer. There's an old saying, speak only if it improves upon the silence. That's the standard. If it doesn't add peace, truth, or kindness, it's not worth saying. And if it's already been said and caused harm, then it's your task now to detox it through stillness, through better words, through the discipline of restraint. Not to silence yourself, but to free yourself. And what about those who speak harm into your life now? Those whose voices are still in your ears, trying to diminish you. The teaching offers protection not through attack, but through boundaries. You are not required to stay open to toxic speech. You can step back. You can redirect. You can protect your peace like sacred ground, because it is. Your inner space is a temple. Not everyone gets to speak there. When you cleanse your speech, you cleanse your karma. When you stop speaking from pain, you stop spreading it. When you drop the need to be right, clever, or powerful in your words, you make space for wisdom. You start to hear the quiet voice beneath it all. The voice of clarity. The voice that says, asterisk just enough. No more, no less, asterisk. There's deep beauty in soft speech. Words that carry no harm. Conversations that leave no bruises. Statements that open instead of close. And when you start to speak that way to others and to yourself, something changes. The residue begins to fade. You no longer feel exhausted after talking. You no longer rehearse arguments in your head. You speak, and you rest, because nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing needs to be defended. Just truth shared simply. Just peace spoken clearly. So here's the invitation. Stop letting old words echo. Stop adding your voice to the noise of harm. Let silence be your filter. Let wise speech be your compass. And let every word from this moment forward be a gift. Not just to others, but to the self that's finally starting to heal. The residue is not permanent. The silence is always available. The next word you speak can be the start of something clean. Now breathe. So after cleaning the wounds left by words, yours and others, and learning to sit in silence that doesn't echo pain, there's something else that still lingers quietly just beneath the skin of awareness. Not new noise, but old noise. Moments that are over but not gone. Conversations that ended but still speak. Pain that already happened but keeps happening. It's not the present that hurts anymore. It's the memory of it. And this is where the second arrow strikes. The teachings speak of two arrows. The first arrow is the pain itself. Life throws it. It lands. It hurts. It could be loss, rejection, betrayal, failure. These are real, and no one is immune. But the second arrow, that's the one we shoot ourselves. The memory of what happened, the mental replay, the emotional flashback, the meaning we give it long after the moment has passed. That's the arrow that keeps wounding again and again. The truth is, memory doesn't just recall the past. It recreates it. And the body responds the same way. The heart races, the stomach knots, the breath shortens, as if it's happening again. But it's not. It's just thought, just data, just an echo. And yet, how many lives are quietly ruled by it? How many choices, relationships, identities are shaped by something that's no longer real. Memory has a strange power. It doesn't ask for permission. It arrives uninvited. Sometimes triggered by a smell, a sound, a place, a word. And when it comes, it doesn't just knock, it barges in. It brings the whole past with it. And if there is no awareness to meet it, it takes over. The past becomes the present. The old pain becomes the current identity, and before you know it, you're arguing with ghosts. The practice of mindfulness is for this very reason. To recognize the second arrow as it arrives. To say, this is memory. This is not now, that recognition breaks the spell. But most people never question it. They sit in the memory like it's a room they can't leave. They cry for a conversation they'll never have. They ache for justice that never came. They punish themselves for mistakes that can't be undone. The mind becomes a courtroom with no exit, only endless trials over things that can't be retried. And what's worse, the mind edits memory. It distorts. It adds meaning. It rewrites intention. A neutral moment becomes a betrayal. A mistake becomes identity. A single loss becomes the foundation for years of fear. And the more it's repeated, the more real it feels. The more real it feels, the more it controls. This is why the focus is on the present. Not because the past doesn't matter, but because the past has no power without attention. Memory only bites when it's fed, when it's fused with emotion, when the mind attaches identity to it. But if it's observed skillfully, memory becomes just another passing thought. It can rise and fall like a wave without pulling you under. The practice is not to stop memory. It's to change your relationship to it. To see it like watching a movie. You don't confuse yourself with the screen. You don't try to jump in and change the ending. You just watch with clarity, with detachment, with compassion. And in that space, something sacred happens. The past loses its grip. The second arrow never lands. It's important to understand that pain is not stored only in thought, but in sensation. Sometimes the body remembers what the mind has suppressed. A slight tension in the chest, a heaviness in the throat, a certain fatigue that arrives at the same time every year. These are not random. They are physical echoes of emotional events. But they, too, can be met with awareness, not fixed, not resisted, just seen. Here is sadness. Here is fear. Here is grief, when the body is acknowledged, it relaxes. When it is ignored or resisted, it tightens. Memory asks for two things, acknowledgement and release. Acknowledge what happened. Release what no longer serves. That doesn't mean pretending it didn't happen. It means seeing that it happened, and then stepping back from the emotional weight you've tied to it. A memory without clinging is just a lesson. A memory with clinging becomes a cycle. Some people carry old conversations like weapons. They said this. I should have said that. The mind becomes a battlefield of dialogues that never end. But none of those dialogues are happening now. They're all happening in the mind's theater. And like all plays, they end when you stop watching. But what about the memories that come uninvited in sleep? The dreams that stir the old pain. Even here, the teachings apply. When you wake, observe. Don't analyze. Don't cling. Don't fuel. Let the emotion rise. Let it fall. Dreams, like memories, are reflections of attachment. And they lose power when faced with stillness. One powerful practice is naming. When memory arises, give it a name. Asterisk regret. Grief. Fear, asterisk this creates distance. It stops fusion. Instead of being inside the memory, you become the observer of it. That shift from identification to observation is everything. It turns poison into data, pain into clarity. Another technique is grounding. When the past pulls you in, return to the senses. What do you hear? What do you feel? What's the texture of your clothing? The sound in the room? This grounds you in the body, which only exists in the present. The mind can wander. The body cannot. Use it as an anchor. It's always here. It's always now. Sometimes memories hurt because they are unfinished, unresolved. But not every pain has closure. Not every wound gets justice. And here is a radical truth: peace does not depend on resolution. It depends on release. You don't need to finish the story. You only need to stop telling it. This doesn't mean you forget. It means you stop reliving. The past remains a teacher, but not a home, not a prison. You visit, learn, and return. The door is always open. You just need to walk out. And what about when the past becomes identity? Asterisk I'm the one who failed. I'm the one who was left, asterisk these are masks. Pain turned into personality. But they're not you. They're just stories. And stories can be dropped. Slowly, gently, with awareness. Every time you think, this always happens to me, stop. Look. That's memory speaking. Not reality. Not truth. Just an old wound asking to be heard. Listen. Thank it. And let it pass. There is freedom on the other side of memory. Not by erasing the past, but by seeing that it cannot be touched anymore unless you pick it up. Unless you let it shape now. But you don't have to. The hand that keeps turning the pages can choose to close the book. This is what mindfulness does. It returns the power. It ends the replay. It makes space for peace. Because peace is not the absence of memory. It's the absence of attachment to memory. It's the stillness that says, asterisk, yes, that happened, but this moment is new, and I don't need to bleed for what's already done. Asterisk. So, take this breath. Let it be a boundary between what was and what is. Between story and truth. Between suffering and freedom. The second arrow is only sharp if you grab it. Now let go. Let now be enough. Let peace begin again. And when memory returns, as it will, greet it like an old guest. Listen, smile, and send it on its way. And once the past loosens its grip, once you've stopped bleeding from memories that no longer belong in the present, what you're left with is space. Not emptiness in the lonely sense, but a clearing. A rare stillness that most people never feel because they never stop reacting. Now comes the part that almost no one teaches. How to hold that space without filling it. How to sit with it without flinching. How to let it cleanse instead of rushing to control. This is where the real transformation happens. Not in doing more, but in doing nothing. This is the detox power of non-reaction. Stillness is not inactivity. It's not weakness or apathy. It's the most powerful response a person can choose when everything inside them screams for action. In a world addicted to instant replies, impulsive texts, and emotional reflexes, stillness is rebellion. It is choosing clarity over chaos. It is saying, I will not be pulled into the storm. And that choice, practiced again and again, becomes medicine. Not just for the mind, but for the nervous system, the breath, and the entire emotional body. The body doesn't know the difference between real danger and emotional noise unless stillness intervenes. Without stillness, the nervous system fires off reactions to every raised eyebrow, every misunderstood message, every memory, every imagined threat. But when you learn to pause, to stay quiet instead of lash out, to breathe instead of explain, the body begins to recalibrate. The system that was constantly on edge begins to settle. Cortisol drops. Heart rate softens. Muscles unclench. And the body finally whispers, thank you. This is why such weight is placed on silence and meditation, not to escape life, but to stop amplifying its chaos. Every reaction you don't make is a signal to the body that safety is possible. Every pause is a vote for peace. And the more often you pause, the more deeply that message is received. Over time, what used to trigger you no longer touches you. Not because the world changed, but because your threshold for noise transformed. Stillness isn't passive. It's intelligent. It's the moment you notice the urge to argue, and instead you say nothing. Not because you're weak, but because you don't want to pollute the space with words that would only muddy the water. It's the breath you take when your pride wants to prove a point, but your wisdom says, let it pass. That breath is a gate. Every time you walk through it, you enter a new way of being, one where energy isn't wasted on things that don't deserve it. Non-reaction doesn't mean you feel nothing. It means you don't let what you feel become who you are in that moment. The anger can rise, but you don't throw it. The fear can surface, but you don't freeze. The sadness can appear, but you don't drown. You just witness. Let the emotion be what it is without adding more noise to it. That's how stillness purifies. It lets the surface settle so the truth beneath can appear. In this way, stillness becomes a filter. Thoughts that come from ego get caught. Thoughts that come from fear get caught. Reactions born from old wounds get caught. And what passes through is clean, intentional, real. Like spring water after it's run through stone. Clear, quiet, alive. But the mind resists this. It tells you that silence is weakness. That if you don't respond, you'll lose. That if you don't defend yourself, they'll think they're right. But that's just ego dressing up as protection. The truth is, non-reaction is strength. It's restraint without suppression. It's silence without resentment. It's choosing to be free rather than right. When you stay still, people may project things onto you. They may call you cold, detached, uncaring. But your calm is not for their approval. Your calm is your sanctuary. It's where you meet yourself before the world tells you who to be. It's where truth gets sorted from impulse. And if they don't understand that, that's okay. Because peace doesn't need to be understood to be powerful. Think about how much harm happens because someone reacted too fast. Said something they didn't mean. Made a decision in anger. Ended a relationship in fear. All of it fueled by motion without pause. But if they had waited just a few seconds, everything could have shifted. The pause is not a delay. It's a chance to rewrite the script. And in that chance, entire lives can change. Stillness also sharpens perception. When you stop reacting, you start observing. You hear what's actually being said. You see the emotion behind the words. You notice the subtle energy in a room. And this awareness helps you move through life with precision. Not guessing, not defending, just noticing. That noticing, over time, becomes intuition. And intuition is the kind of wisdom no book can teach. The nervous system is not built to be in fight or flight all the time. But the modern world keeps people there, on edge, reactive, overstimulated. Stillness is the counterweight. It says to the body, you can rest now. And the body listens. Tension releases. Digestion improves. Sleep deepens. Thought slows. And from that space, real choices can be made. Not driven by pain, not driven by habit, but by insight. Non-reaction also protects you from being manipulated. If someone cannot provoke you, they cannot control you. Every time you don't react to a button pushed, the button loses its power. This is not detachment. It's freedom. Emotional clarity without the need to perform. Stillness that disarms chaos simply by refusing to dance with it. But stillness is a practice. It doesn't arrive fully formed. It must be chosen again and again. In traffic. In arguments. In moments of loneliness. It must be built like muscle. Small, quiet choices that add up. And some days it will feel impossible. That's okay. The practice is not perfection. It's return. Return to the pause. Return to the breath. Return to the part of you that doesn't need to prove anything to feel whole. Even when mistakes happen, even when you react, it's still possible to return to stillness. You don't lose the path by stepping off it. You lose it by refusing to come back. Every return is sacred. Every pause is progress. Even the space between thoughts, when held with awareness, becomes part of the purification. Stillness also teaches you how to listen, not just to others, but to yourself. The wisdom you seek is already inside. But it can't speak over the noise. It needs silence, spaciousness, breath. And when you make space, it comes softly, clearly, unmistakably. You'll know it because it doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It doesn't scream. It just knows. That's the wisdom stillness unlocks. The voice you forgot you had because you were always talking over it. So, the next time you're about to speak, pause. The next time you're about to text, breathe. The next time you're about to react, wait. Let the moment stretch. Let the energy settle. Let the noise filter through. And only when the dust clears, respond, if there's anything left to say at all. Because more often than not, silence is the response. Stillness is the boundary. The lack of reaction is the healing. Not because you avoided the world, but because you decided to no longer let it shake you. That's the power of non-reaction. That's the detox. Not flashy, not loud. Just steady. Just clean. Just clear enough to see what's real. And once you've tasted the power of stillness, once you've seen how silence can disarm chaos and how non-reaction gives back control, there's another layer hiding beneath the calm. The tension of needing to be right. Even in quiet minds, this urge clings. It doesn't shout, but it tightens. It turns conversations into battles. It turns peace into strategy. It whispers, you can't let this go. They're wrong. You're right. And without even realizing it, you're no longer still. You're holding your breath, waiting to be justified. Now we go into the invisible anger that hides behind the craving to be correct. This need to be right is not always loud. Sometimes it dresses itself in quiet smugness. Sometimes it hides behind a polite smile. Sometimes it appears as frustration, not rage. But it burns because it's not just about the facts. It's about the self. When someone disagrees, it doesn't feel like a conversation. It feels like a threat. Because deep down, being right becomes a stand-in for being valuable. Being right becomes the armor people wear to feel safe in a world that constantly changes. The teaching sees this for what it is. Attachment. Not to knowledge, but to ego. The identity wrapped around an idea. The refusal to admit uncertainty. The fear of being small in the face of not knowing. And so the mind tightens, the heart closes, the voice sharpens. And all of it is driven not by truth, but by fear. Fear of being seen as wrong. Fear of losing power. Fear of letting go of the illusion of control. In practice, this is why humility is not a weakness. It's liberation. Because humility doesn't mean you're always wrong. It means you're not trapped by the need to always be right. It means you don't tie your peace to someone else agreeing with you. It means you can stand in the fire of disagreement and not burn, because your peace is not up for negotiation. Letting go of being right doesn't mean giving up your truth. It means releasing the fight around it. It means not needing to dominate, to prove, to convince. Because the moment truth becomes a weapon, it stops being truth. It becomes ego. And the ego loves to win. It doesn't care if it costs relationships or connection or peace. It just wants the last word. But the invitation is to go deeper than that. To look at what's really behind the need to win. Sometimes it's pain. Old wounds where your voice was dismissed. Times you were told your thoughts didn't matter. And now every disagreement feels like a return to that pain. So you speak louder, sharper, with more conviction. Not because you love truth, but because you fear erasure. But reacting from that fear only deepens it. It proves nothing. It only creates more noise. Letting go of being right feels like surrender. But it's actually power. Power that doesn't need to be confirmed. Power that can listen, not just speak. Power that sees disagreement not as disrespect, but as difference. And in that difference, there is space. Room for curiosity. Room for connection. Room to realize that peace matters more than being correct. This is not just spiritual theory. It's practical. Think of the last time you argued, really argued, about something you believed in. What did it leave behind? Tension. Disconnection. Maybe even regret. The energy of being right is rigid. It doesn't adapt. It doesn't breathe. But humility moves. It listens. It adjusts. It says, asterisk, maybe I don't have the full picture. Asterisk, and from that soft place, you stop fighting for control and start allowing for clarity. There's a concept called don't know mind. It's not ignorance. It's openness. It's a kind of wisdom that says the world is too vast, people are too complex, truth is too deep for me to always be certain. And when you live from that space, something incredible happens. You no longer need to defend yourself at every turn. You no longer need every conversation to end with your version of the truth. You can let others be where they are. You can let thoughts pass through without turning them into a debate. This also releases physical tension. The body tightens when trying to be right. The jaw clenches, the breath shortens, the shoulders rise. It's the posture of defense. But when the need to be right dissolves, the body softens, the nervous system calms, the energy drops into presence. And that's where true confidence lives. Not in knowing everything, but in needing nothing to prove who you are. Even inner conversations change, the ones where you replay what you should have said, where you imagine proving someone wrong. These mental battles don't bring peace. They bring exhaustion. But if you let go of the need to be right, those conversations stop. The mind gets quiet. The breath deepens. And you realize you don't need to win to feel whole. You already are. This shift also impacts relationships. How many connections are ruined by the silent war of correctness? Two people, both clinging to their side, neither one wrong, but both hurting. Both trapped in the idea that agreement equals love. But it doesn't. Acceptance does. Respect does. Love doesn't grow from being right. It grows from being real. And being real means admitting when you don't know. Admitting when you were wrong. Saying, "I see it differently," without trying to convince. That kind of honesty creates intimacy. It opens hearts. It breaks cycles of defensiveness. Because in that space, people feel safe, not to be agreed with, but to be seen. In practice, right view is not about perfect opinions. It's about seeing clearly. And clear seeing means letting go of the filters of ego, pride, and fear. It means letting truth reveal itself instead of forcing it. And truth often arises in silence, in the space where no one is trying to win. Letting go of being right is not resignation. It's clarity. It's knowing that being at peace is more important than being in control, and that peace does not require anyone else to change. It only requires you to drop the need for a scoreboard. You'll still speak. You'll still have opinions. But you'll no longer need to attach your worth to them. You'll speak with softness, with openness, with curiosity. You'll ask questions more than make statements. You'll listen not to respond, but to understand. And in doing so, you'll find that the truth you were trying to defend was never in danger. It didn't need armor. It just needed space. So next time you feel that tightening, the impulse to interrupt, to correct, to prove, pause. Feel it. Name it. Smile at it. Then let it go. Let them have the last word. Let the conversation end without a conclusion. Let the silence stand. And watch what happens when nothing needs to be right. So after loosening the grip of being right, after finally seeing how the hunger to prove can quietly become a prison, the question naturally shifts. What about the people who were wrong? What about the things they did, the things they still haven't made right? What about the words that never came, the apologies that were never offered, the justice that never arrived? This is where the heart hardens without realizing it. This is where resentment disguises itself as fairness. And this is where we meet one of the most difficult illusions to let go of, the idea that someone still owes you something. That emotional debt must be paid before you can move on. It starts with a simple story. Someone hurt you. They lied. They left. They broke what they promised. And your heart kept score. It's natural. The mind creates balance sheets. Who gave what? Who took more? Who needs to make it right? And so you wait for closure, for karma, for the phone call, the letter, the breakdown that proves they finally understand. You wait and carry. Carry their debt like a stone in your chest, hoping one day they'll lift it. But they don't. Maybe they never will. And here's the harsh truth: every day you wait, you're the one paying interest on their debt. There is a radical solution. Not passive, not weak. Not about pretending it didn't happen. It's called emotional debt forgiveness. And it means you stop demanding repayment. Not because they deserve it, but because you do. Because your peace is more important than their guilt. Because carrying resentment, no matter how justified, poisons the vessel that holds it. To forgive emotional debt does not mean excusing behavior. It means removing the hook, the belief that they must feel remorse, that they must make amends, that they must say, I was wrong. Because every day you don't hear those words, your mind reopens the wound. Every time you see their face or hear their name, the balance sheet lights up and the pain returns, not from what they did, but from your belief that they still owe you something. Now, this doesn't mean letting injustice win. It means recognizing that karmic justice doesn't run on your timeline. That sometimes those who hurt you move on untouched. Not because they're free, but because life has its own way of returning lessons. You don't have to be the one to deliver their awakening. And more importantly, you're not the one who should keep suffering until they wake up. Releasing emotional debt is releasing the story that says, I can't heal until they make it right. That story may feel true, but it's a trap. Because it puts your peace in someone else's hands, and the longer you wait, the more life passes you by. Forgiveness is not a reward for them. It's a decision for you. A choice to stop being the jailer of your own heart. This is especially hard when the pain is deep, when the wound changed your life, when you lost trust, time, love, even your sense of self. But even then, the spiritual truth doesn't shift. No one can make the past right. It already happened. What they should do is irrelevant. What they haven't done cannot be undone. The only question is, will you keep handing them your peace? Emotional debt shows up in the smallest thoughts. They never appreciated me. They never said thank you after everything I did for them. These thoughts are contracts that were never signed. Expectations that never became reality. But the energy remains, like unpaid invoices in your nervous system. And every time they resurface, they add weight, not to them, to you. So what does it look like to forgive emotional debt? It starts with one sentence, they owe me nothing now. Not because they gave enough, but because you've decided to stop waiting. This isn't spiritual bypassing. It's spiritual maturity. It's choosing to no longer invest your time, your thoughts, your emotions in a transaction that will never complete. You might ask, but doesn't that let them off the hook? No. It lets you off the hook you've been hanging from. They still have their karma, their journey, their awakening. But it's not your job to carry the weight of what they haven't faced. That burden was never yours to begin with. Forgiving emotional debt is also an act of self-respect. It says, I choose my peace over your apology. It says, my healing will not wait for your awareness. It says, Asterisk, even if you never feel sorry, I will stop bleeding from the wound. Asterisk, that's real power. The kind that doesn't need revenge or recognition. The kind that moves on in silence, with dignity. There's another layer here. Sometimes the one you feel owes you is yourself. You carry regret, guilt, the belief that you should have known better, done more, protected yourself. You replay mistakes like courtroom evidence. And in that loop, you become both victim and judge. But that, too, is a form of emotional debt. And you can forgive it. You can say to yourself, I did the best I could with what I knew. You can say, I released the need to punish myself. You can say, asterisk, I owe myself love, not shame. Asterisk, and in doing so, you break the cycle of inner resentment that silently erodes joy. The same principles apply. Stop keeping score. Stop holding old versions of yourself hostage. Set them free. Because karmic healing is never about making others feel bad. It's about no longer feeling bad yourself. Letting go of emotional debt doesn't erase the past. It just stops you from dragging it into the present. It stops you from building your future around old pain. It frees your hands so they can finally hold something new. And what about those who truly acted with cruelty? Those who never even thought twice? The mind will say they don't deserve peace. But this isn't about them. It's about you. You're the one suffering. You're the one stuck. You're the one burning every time their name appears in your thoughts. And every time you relive it, they win again. So let go. Not to absolve them, but to release you. Let go because you're tired. Let go because you want your energy back. Let go because the version of you who's waiting for justice can never be the version who lives in peace. Forgiveness doesn't always feel good at first. It can feel unfair, empty, strange. But over time, it lightens. It clears space. And in that space, something beautiful happens. Peace returns. Not because you forced it, but because you made room for it. So whether it's a parent who never said they were proud of you, a partner who disappeared without answers, a friend who changed overnight, ask yourself, asterisk, do I want to keep collecting what will never be paid? Or do I want to be free now? Asterisk, say it aloud if you must, whisper it if you need to, they owe me nothing now, and then take a breath. One that belongs fully to the present. One that doesn't reach backward. One that fills the space where resentment used to live. Because there's more life waiting for you on the other side of that forgiveness. There's clarity. There's peace. There's stillness. And maybe most importantly, there's you, whole again. Not because the past changed, but because you stopped living inside it. And once the weight of emotional debt has been lifted, once you've stopped handing your peace to people who never return the favor, there's a new silence in your chest. But silence, while sacred, reveals things. What was buried under all that resentment begins to surface. It's not the pain they caused anymore. It's the voice inside that insisted on holding it. The part that needed to feel wronged. The part that wanted to be the victim, the judge, the hero all at once. This is where we meet the real root of so much suffering. Not others, but the self that can't let go. Not the true self, the false one. The noisy one. The shadow made of ego. The ego is not a villain. It's not evil. It's a survival strategy that overstayed its welcome. It was built in childhood, shaped by praise and punishment, molded by roles and labels. And now it walks through life collecting identity, job titles, opinions, emotional scars, who hurt you, who you think you are. But in the process, it forgets what's underneath. It forgets stillness. It forgets peace, because peace doesn't shout. But ego always does. Ego amplifies negative energy by wrapping every experience in story. Instead of someone criticized me, it becomes they disrespected me and I won't forget it. Instead of I failed, it becomes I am a failure. Ego personalizes everything. It tightens around pain and makes it about identity. And once the pain becomes you, you carry it everywhere. Not because it hurts, but because the ego says it's who you are. This is how defensiveness is born. Not because you're weak, but because the ego feels threatened. Someone disagrees, and the mind prepares for battle. Not to find truth, but to protect the image it built. This is why judgment comes so easily. The ego builds itself by comparison. If you're better than someone, even just in thought, the ego feels a moment of safety. But that safety doesn't last. It needs constant proof, constant performance, constant noise. In this view, this is the great illusion, that the self is fixed, solid, important. But the more you look at it, the more you realize it's smoke. Temporary thoughts, passing moods, conditional preferences, nothing you can hold. And yet, when ego is believed, everything hurts more. Every criticism becomes a wound. Every failure becomes shame. Every disagreement becomes war. Dissolving ego is not an attack. It's a softening. It's the realization that nothing about you needs defense. That being wrong doesn't mean you're worthless. That being unseen doesn't mean you're invisible. That you don't need to have the last word to be whole. When the ego fades, peace floods in. Not because the world changed, but because the mind stopped resisting it. Ego also keeps old pain alive. It says, asterisk, you were disrespected. Don't forget it. They left you. Don't forgive it. Asterisk, it recycles memory not to understand, but to remain important. The longer the grudge lives, the more the ego has to hold. It's not pain that doesn't heal. It's the self that refuses to let the identity of being hurt dissolve. There's another trick the ego plays. It dresses up in suffering and calls it depth. Asterisk, look how much I've been through. Look how misunderstood I am, asterisk, and this story becomes intoxicating because it creates meaning. But it also creates isolation. When the ego clings to pain as proof of worth, it resists healing. It prefers to be the one who endured rather than the one who is now free. Judgment is another disguise. Not just toward others, but toward yourself. The ego is harsh. It sets impossible standards. It punishes mistakes. It obsesses over image. And all of this drains energy. The negative energy isn't just around you. It's created inside by constant self-criticism. Asterisk, you're not doing enough. You should have known better. You're falling behind. Asterisk, this voice doesn't bring growth. It brings paralysis. But here's the shift. The ego only survives when it's believed. The moment you notice it without becoming it, it begins to dissolve. Meditation isn't just about quiet. It's about perspective. Watching the voice of ego rise and fall without reacting. Asterisk, there it is again. Trying to control, trying to prove, trying to protect, asterisk, you name it, and it loosens. It's not who you are. It's just a habit of thought. And habits can change. Teachers often say that the ego is a phantom that disappears when you turn toward it. But people rarely do, because the ego doesn't want to be seen. It wants to be felt. It thrives in unconsciousness. That's why stillness feels threatening to the ego. In stillness, it has nothing to feed on. No reaction, no identity building, no stories. Just awareness. And awareness doesn't inflate. It witnesses. When you start to let go of ego, you also let go of the need for control. You stop managing how people see you. You stop rehearsing what to say. You stop editing yourself to appear wise or kind or impressive. You just are. And in that being, there is peace. Because ego always reaches, but the true self rests. This dissolving is not about erasing personality. It's about releasing the false layer that makes everything personal. You can still feel, still choose, still care, but the need to be important, to be right, to be seen no longer rules you. And when it doesn't rule you, negative energy loses its power. What used to be offense becomes indifference. What used to be shame becomes gentleness. What used to be drama becomes silence. Even grief shifts. The ego says you've lost something you needed. The heart says you were blessed to love it all. Ego makes death and failure personal. Awareness sees them as part of life's flow. Neither is wrong, but only one leads to freedom. Relationships change, too. The ego craves approval. It performs. It hides. But real connection doesn't need performance. It needs presence. Vulnerability. The willingness to not know, to not shine, to just show up. When ego fades, love deepens. Not the romantic kind, the human kind. The kind that doesn't need to impress to feel safe. Even the way you deal with negativity changes. When ego is in charge, you fight back. You argue, you defend. But when the self is quiet, the negativity passes through. Like wind through an open window. No hooks, no fuel, just passing weather. Because you're no longer reacting from identity. You're responding from stillness. And that stillness becomes your home. Not perfect, not above the world, just not trapped in it. You will still have thoughts, still have preferences, still want things. But the grasping fades. The urgency softens. You see the ego rise, and you smile at it, not with judgment, but with kindness. Like an old friend who meant well but caused trouble. Thank you for trying to protect me. But I'm safe now. And you are safe from the inside out. Not because the world is easier, but because the war within has ended. Now breathe. Let that breath be without effort, without ownership. Just breath. And once the ego begins to dissolve, once the self stops screaming for importance, stops clinging to its wounds, stops wrapping pain in identity, there's a strange quiet left behind. But into that quiet often creeps a final voice, more subtle than pride, more persistent than anger. It says, they should still pay for what they did. This isn't just about hurt feelings anymore. This is about justice, about fairness, about the desire to balance the scales when no one else will. But what if this craving for justice, this hunger for revenge, is just another shadow in disguise? What if chasing it only leads deeper into suffering? The teaching is that the need for retribution is rooted in delusion. Not because justice is wrong, but because attachment to justice creates more pain than resolution. It's like chasing smoke and calling it fire. The mind believes that revenge will satisfy something, that once they hurt the way you hurt, the weight will lift. But the truth is, the weight doesn't come from what they did. It comes from the belief that you can't be free until they suffer. The desire for revenge is an echo of the ego. A last attempt to feel in control. When the ego can't protect the self through power or pride, it turns to punishment. If I can't undo what happened, I'll at least make them pay, but punishment doesn't heal. It delays healing. It consumes energy. And worst of all, it keeps you linked to the very thing you wish to escape. Every time you think of what they did and feel the spike of anger, the fire of bitterness, that is your own nervous system reacting to a story. A story that says, I'm not okay until they get what they deserve. That story becomes a cage. Not for them. For you. Because while they may move on, forget, or never realize the damage, they still live inside your body, in your thoughts, in your nervous system. They win again every time you replay the pain. This attachment is called grasping. Grasping at what should be. Grasping at imagined justice. Grasping at an emotional transaction that will never clear. And like all grasping, it generates suffering because it fights reality. And nothing creates more internal noise than the refusal to accept that life unfolded unfairly. You can seek justice through legal or social means. You can speak truth. You can protect others. But when it becomes personal, when it becomes about watching them fall, watching them cry, watching them lose, then you are no longer seeking justice. You are seeking revenge. And revenge is hunger dressed as righteousness. Think about how much time has been wasted imagining someone else's downfall, rehearsing the perfect speech, fantasizing about karma finally catching up. That mental theater costs you peace. It burns hours, days, sometimes years. And in all that time, the pain doesn't resolve. It grows. Because the more you feed the story of injustice, the more it takes root in who you are. The wisdom is that clinging to revenge is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. It's self-destruction in slow motion. Not because the anger isn't valid, but because it has nowhere to go. No matter how justified it feels, it cannot undo the past. It can only stain the present. Letting go of revenge doesn't mean you pretend it didn't happen. It means you refuse to let it define you. It means choosing to stop waiting for someone else's suffering to be your healing. It means walking away from the emotional battlefield, not because you lost, but because you refuse to keep bleeding over a wound they may never feel. This is what true forgiveness looks like in practice. Not forgetting, not excusing. Just releasing the grip. Saying, they may never understand. They may never suffer. They may never even think of me again, but I will not give them another minute of my life. That decision is not weakness. It is the deepest strength, because it ends the cycle. You may wonder, if I let go of the desire for justice, aren't I betraying myself? But what if the opposite is true? What if holding on to that desire is the betrayal? What if your peace matters more than their punishment? What if your future can't begin while your heart is still buried in theirs? Non-revenge does not mean passivity. It means clarity. It means doing what needs to be done from a place of wisdom, not obsession. It means protecting others without hating the ones who hurt. It means choosing your path, not theirs. Because here's the truth, justice will come. But not always in the form you want. Not always on your timeline. Sometimes it arrives quietly through their own regret, through their own karmic unraveling, or not at all. And even then, your peace doesn't have to wait, because justice is not the gate to freedom. Forgiveness is. When you drop the chase, you reclaim your energy. You stop feeding a fire that only burns you. You stop measuring your healing by their downfall. And suddenly, the story changes. You are no longer the one who was wronged. You are the one who walked away with grace, with power, with nothing left to prove. And this isn't something that happens once. It's a daily practice. Every time the urge to punish arises, you notice it. You breathe. You soften. You ask, is this thought bringing me closer to peace or further from it? And with that awareness, the grip loosens. Sometimes you may feel the bitterness come back. It's okay. Don't fight it. Just don't feed it. Let it rise. Let it fall. Like a shadow across the ground. It can pass without touching you. That's the practice. Seeing the shadow for what it is, not chasing it through every room of your life. And over time, the person who once lived in your head rent-free becomes just another passing thought. Not because they changed, but because you did. Letting go of revenge gives you back your joy, your sleep, your presence. It clears space for things that were waiting behind the curtain of resentment, love, creativity, rest. None of those can grow in the soil of bitterness. You may never get the closure you wanted, but you can close the story yourself. You can say it ends here, and mean it. Not because it was fair. Not because it's all resolved. But because you're done choosing pain over peace. The heart doesn't need everyone to suffer. It just needs to stop suffering itself. So let the shadow pass. Let justice find its own way. Let life take care of its own balance. You don't have to be the judge anymore. And from that release, the path becomes clear. And once the chase for justice is dropped, once the hand releases the sword and the soul stops pacing, waiting for payback, there's a strange feeling that begins to rise. Not peace, not yet. What surfaces instead is raw, hot, fast. It says, I still feel wronged. It comes when silence isn't enough. When letting go feels like weakness. When walking away feels like losing. That energy, sharp and burning, is anger. Not as an emotion, but as armor. And this is where the path takes us somewhere even deeper, into the unmasking of fury. Anger is loud because it doesn't want to be seen for what it really is. Beneath every outburst, there's almost always something softer. Helplessness. Disappointment. Vulnerability. But most people never stay long enough with anger to notice what's hiding under it. They react, they speak, they strike, they posture. And because anger gives a surge of energy, it feels powerful. But what it often covers is a profound sense of powerlessness. The teachings don't deny anger. They recognize it as part of the human experience. But they warn us, anger, when unexamined, multiplies suffering. Not because it's bad, but because it's misleading. It tells you you're in control now. When in truth, you're being controlled. Controlled by a reaction to fear. Controlled by a story that says, I must protect myself at all costs. Most people carry anger like a tool. It gets things done. It silences others. It builds walls. It demands space. But the cost of that tool is hidden. Strained relationships, damaged trust, chronic tension, and a nervous system that never stops vibrating. Anger can make you look strong, but inside it often builds emptiness. Because once the shouting stops, the fear returns, and the cycle repeats. The teaching is that anger is a form of clinging. Clinging to how things should have been. It rises when expectations collapse, when control is lost, when ego is bruised. And in that moment, instead of facing sadness or fear, the mind reaches for something easier to feel, rage. It's faster. It's simpler. But it's not the truth. The truth is that most anger is grief in disguise. Grief that things didn't go as planned, that people weren't who they pretended to be, that safety was shattered, that love wasn't returned. But the heart rarely feels safe enough to admit that grief. So it hardens. And the heat of that hardening is what we call anger. To work with anger in this sense is not to repress it, but to sit beside it and ask what it's protecting. Because anger is always a messenger. And until you receive the message, it keeps knocking. The knock gets louder, the behavior gets harsher, the regret gets deeper. But the real healing starts when you listen. What does the anger say when you don't speak over it? Often it says, I'm scared. I'm hurting. I feel small. I don't know what to do. These voices are rarely allowed in the open, but they are the roots. And if the roots aren't seen, the fire keeps burning. Anger gives temporary power, but it never builds lasting peace. It isolates. It pushes people away. It builds a fortress that no one wants to visit. And inside that fortress, loneliness grows. Because true strength doesn't come from pushing. It comes from presence. From sitting with pain without needing to punish others for it. There's also the anger turned inward, self-hatred, shame, guilt. These are just as corrosive, just as rooted in fear. The belief that you should have done better, that you weren't enough, that you failed. But compassion isn't selective. It says the anger toward yourself deserves the same gentle attention as the anger toward others. You're not wrong for feeling. You're just mistaken about what the feeling means. So what do you do when anger rises? First, you pause. Not because you're suppressing it, but because you're creating space. That space is where awareness begins. You breathe. You feel. You don't speak. You don't act. You let the body tremble if it needs to. You stay. Then you ask, what is this really about? You don't answer quickly. You let the question echo. Maybe it takes hours, maybe days. But in that stillness, the truth comes. And the truth is never as violent as the reaction. It's usually tender. It wants understanding, not vengeance. Anger also feeds on thoughts, on stories that loop. They never respect me. People always use me. I'll never be heard. Each thought adds fire. But thoughts are not facts. They are patterns. And when anger becomes a thought loop, mindfulness becomes your extinguisher. You name it. Thinking. Resisting. Clinging. Not to push it away, but to break the trance. In some traditions, loving-kindness meditation is used to soften anger. It begins with oneself. May I be happy. May I be safe. Then slowly it extends to others, even to the person who triggered the anger. Not because you approve, but because hatred only binds you tighter. Love, even as intention, loosens the knot. You might think, I can't offer love to someone who hurt me. That's okay. Then start with neutrality. Start with silence. Start with not feeding the rage. Even that is a beginning. Because every time you interrupt anger's rhythm, you reclaim your life. The nervous system learns from repetition. If it's been trained to react with anger, it will take time to teach it otherwise. But every pause is a lesson. Every breath is a reminder. And over time, the habit weakens. You become less reactive, less explosive, less drained. Not because you're numb, but because you're wise. Some believe anger gives them strength. But in truth, strength is in choosing calm when chaos tempts you. It's in setting boundaries without fury. It's in walking away without proving anything. That strength is quiet. It doesn't need to be loud to be powerful. And this isn't just about big anger. It's the small daily frictions, too. The passive aggression, the cold shoulder, the inner frustration. These, too, are chances to practice. To notice. To soften. To respond with clarity, not reactivity. Anger is a storm that pretends to be a shield. But once the wind dies down, all that's left is what was buried beneath it. The need to be seen, to be safe, to be understood. So sit with your storm. Don't run from it. Don't identify with it. Just watch it pass. Watch what comes after. And once the fire of anger fades, once its surface tension gives way and you see the fear underneath, you're left with something even more important. The responsibility to process what remains. Not just the rage, but the sadness, the hurt, the exhaustion, the confusion. All of it. Because the truth is, emotions don't disappear just because you understand them. They live in the body. They settle in the chest, in the belly, in the muscles and nerves. And unless they're digested, they stay. So now we go deeper into the understanding of emotional metabolism, how to stop storing what should have already passed through. The mind is fast, but the body is slow. Emotion is energy. And when something painful happens, that energy floods the system. It moves through the brain first, thoughts, stories, meanings, and then drops into the body. If left unprocessed, that energy turns stagnant. It becomes fatigue, tension, heaviness. A kind of spiritual indigestion. But just like with food, emotions need time to break down. They need attention, stillness, space to move. Otherwise, they rot inside. The practice treats emotional energy much like the body treats food. You consume an experience, and that experience contains nutrients, lessons, insight, truth. But also toxins, fear, reactivity, illusion. If you rush the process, those toxins get absorbed. If you slow down, the body and mind can separate what's useful from what's harmful. Mindfulness is the tool that does the sorting. Most people swallow emotions whole. A moment of rejection gets gulped down without chewing. A betrayal gets pushed past without reflection. A fear gets ignored until it settles into the gut like stone. But awareness teaches a different way. Pause. Notice. Sit with. Let the experience open. Let it be seen clearly before it's stored. When mindfulness is present, emotion is not suppressed. It is metabolized. Suppression is emotional constipation. Avoidance is emotional overeating. Reaction is emotional vomiting. But digestion, that's the middle way. You don't deny the emotion. You don't dump it on others. You don't obsess over it either. You feel it fully without judgment, and you let it move. This is not metaphorical. Studies now show that emotional repression directly affects the nervous system and even the immune system. The body keeps the score. When you avoid emotional processing, your body becomes the storage room for what your mind refused to face. The techniques offer the opposite: regular, gentle, deliberate cleansing. Not through control, but through compassionate observation. One method is simply sitting and noticing where the emotion lives in the body. This sadness is a tightness in my chest. This anxiety is a flutter in my stomach. You stay with the sensation without pushing it away or trying to fix it. You breathe into it. You say, you are allowed here. And in that allowance, the emotion begins to move. Sometimes it grows. Sometimes it fades. Sometimes it changes shape. But it never stays still once it's seen clearly. This is the beginning of emotional digestion. No judgment, no narrative. Just sensation, awareness, breath. The body begins to break the feeling down, not intellectually, but energetically. You may cry. You may shake. You may feel waves rise and fall. That's okay. That's release. That's the system doing its work. Another practice is walking meditation. Bringing mindful movement into the process, letting the physical motion support the emotional flow. With each step, you say, this is me letting go. With each breath, you say, this is me clearing space. Movement becomes medicine, especially when the emotion feels too big to sit with. Sound can also help. Chanting, humming, even soft vocalizations can release emotion stored in the throat and chest. Many people hold pain in their voice, things left unsaid, truth swallowed. Giving voice to emotion, even without words, activates that release. It's not performance. It's purification. What's important in all these methods is mindfulness. You stay present with the feeling without becoming the feeling. You observe it like a guest, not a master. You don't rush it. You don't trap it. You allow it to complete its cycle. Like food moving through the body, it needs time. And if you interfere, it either gets stuck or comes out violently. But if you trust the process, peace returns naturally. There's also the importance of mental fasting. Just like overeating clogs the system, overstimulating the mind clogs emotional clarity. Too much input, news, opinions, conversations, prevents emotional digestion. So sometimes the answer is to stop consuming. To sit in silence. To walk in nature. To let the system clear itself without more stories being added. Sleep is another form of processing. But not when the mind is overloaded. That's why people wake up tired, because their dreams were doing emotional cleanup that mindfulness never got to during the day. If you learn to process feelings while awake, your sleep becomes deeper, more restful. The system works better when it's not overloaded. Another key concept is emotional chewing. This means taking time with the feeling. Before you respond, before you send the text, before you explain, before you act, you chew on it. You taste it. You ask, is this real? Is this projection? Is this old? That chewing time gives your system a chance to recognize if this is a fresh emotion or just an old one being reactivated. Sometimes what you think is today's sadness is actually a leftover emotion from years ago, stirred up by something small. This is why slowness is sacred. The fast mind reacts. The slow mind digests. You don't need to overanalyze every emotion. That's another trap. Trying to make meaning before the body has felt. Let the body feel first. Let it pass through. Then look for the lesson. That order matters. Feel first. Understand later. And sometimes the digestion reveals there is no meaning. Some emotions are just weather, passing systems. You don't need to find the cause of every cloud. You just wait for the sky to clear. That, too, is emotional wisdom. Over time, this practice changes how you experience life. You become less reactive. Not because you don't feel, but because you feel better, cleaner, freer. The emotions come. You meet them. You digest them. And you move on. No residue, no buildup, just space. And from that space, deeper peace becomes possible. Not forced, not fake, but earned by facing what most people avoid. So the next time an emotion rises, treat it like a meal. Chew it slowly. Taste it fully. Digest it with awareness. And don't store what no longer nourishes you. This is how emotional energy becomes wisdom. And after learning how to truly digest emotion, how to allow the body to break down the energy of sorrow, fear, or joy without storing the waste, you begin to realize that what comes next is just as important as what came in. The emotion might be processed, but the reaction to it, that's where momentum is formed. Not as superstition, not as punishment, but as cause and effect. The energy you act from becomes the energy you continue living in. Every reaction is a seed. Every choice is a thread in the story you're still writing. And this is where the karma of reaction quietly shapes your future, one moment at a time. The view of karma is often misunderstood. It's not cosmic revenge. It's not divine reward. It's simply cause and effect. The mind moves. The body follows. The world responds. And in that cycle, every action has consequences. Not just in the outer world, but in the inner one. A harsh word doesn't just land in someone else's ears. It changes you. It leaves residue. It strengthens a habit. It lays a track you're more likely to follow next time. The same is true for restraint, for kindness, for silence. They're not just reactions. They're the foundation of the next version of yourself. Every time you react unconsciously, you reinforce the pattern. The anger gets easier. The judgment gets quicker. The resentment becomes automatic. And the more automatic a reaction becomes, the less space there is for awareness. Karma isn't just about what happens. It's about what keeps happening when you stop noticing. But there's a shift that happens when you begin to see reactivity clearly. You notice how fast the urge comes. You feel it in the body, tightness in the throat, the chest heating up, the fingers twitching. You recognize it not as truth, but as momentum. That's the moment of choice, right there, between impulse and action. And in that space, you're either repeating the old karma or rewriting it. Reactivity is karma in motion. It doesn't stop just because you want it to. It stops when you interrupt it. Not violently, not with shame, but with pause, with breath, with observation. When you say, I see this urge. I feel this reaction, and I choose differently, that one moment begins to cut through years of unconscious behavior. It may not feel dramatic, but karmically, it's everything. Because every reaction is a story you tell about who you are. I always lose my temper. I'm just sensitive. I don't take disrespect, these are not identities. These are habits. And habits, when left unexamined, become fate. But habits, when met with awareness, become doors. And walking through those doors is what the practice calls liberation. Not from the world, but from your own cycles. This doesn't mean emotion disappears. It means you stop letting emotion choose your direction. You can still feel anger without speaking from it. You can feel sadness without drowning others in it. You can feel joy without chasing it. In every case, reaction loses its grip, and momentum begins to shift. There's a reason teachers emphasize intention. It's not just about what you do. It's about the energy behind it. A sharp comment said with love might create healing. A kind word said with manipulation might create harm. Karma listens not to the words, but to the frequency beneath them. And that frequency is where reaction either reinforces suffering or dissolves it. You can feel this in conversations. Someone says something triggering. Your body reacts. Your mind forms a reply. But if you pause, even for a breath, the tone changes. Maybe you say less. Maybe you say nothing. Maybe you ask a question instead of defending. That tiny shift redirects the current, and the conversation becomes a different one. That's momentum transforming in real time. The same principle applies internally. When your own thoughts attack, when the voice says you're not enough or that everything is falling apart, you can react by agreeing, spiraling, believing it all. Or you can pause. You can say, old story. You can see the thought not from inside it, but from above it. That reaction, or lack of it, is a pivot. A change in direction you feel in your bones. This work is not glamorous. It's not dramatic. It's subtle. It's slow. It's one moment at a time. But this is where the most meaningful change lies. In the breath you took before you yelled. In the silence you chose instead of sarcasm. In the boundary you set without needing to punish. Each of those becomes a thread in a new pattern. And that pattern creates a life that feels less like reaction and more like response. When you begin to live this way, you feel lighter. Not because the world changes, but because you're not dragging old momentum into every room. You walk differently. You speak differently. You even think differently, because the system that was always on edge, always ready to defend, to prove, to lash out, is no longer running the show. This also shifts your relationships. People who are used to your old reactions will be confused. They'll push, trying to pull you back into the cycle. But if you stay steady, if you let the old version of yourself die without defending it, the momentum changes for both of you. Sometimes they soften. Sometimes they disappear. But either way, you're free. And in that freedom, something strange happens. You stop needing to fix the past. You stop needing people to behave a certain way, because your peace no longer depends on outer conditions. It depends only on the gap between stimulus and response. That gap becomes your sanctuary. This doesn't mean you'll never react again. You will. The patterns run deep. But now you'll notice. And even that noticing is a break in the chain. It's a crack of light. The system won't change overnight, but every breath of awareness is a chisel. And over time, the structure of old momentum begins to fall apart. Eventually, you start to feel the weight lift. The world still moves, but you're not moved by everything. You can watch the wave without drowning in it. You can feel the pull without being dragged. That is not numbness. That is mastery. So every time you feel the spark of a reaction, pause. Not to freeze, not to suppress, but to see. And in that seeing, choose the chapter you want to write next. Because karma isn't punishment. It's momentum. And momentum can be shifted. And once you begin to understand how every reaction feeds the next moment, how each response either builds or breaks the momentum of your life, it's natural to become more cautious with what you let in and what you put out. But here's where the trap gets tricky. Not all energy that feels good is actually good. Not all intensity is clarity. There's a kind of excitement that people chase like it's sacred, but it's not light, it's heat. And when that heat burns without awareness, it becomes another form of suffering. This is where the teaching exposes the false fire of overstimulation, obsession, and manic positivity. Most people don't question excitement. They welcome it. They seek it. They take it as a sign that something is right. The racing heart, the big idea, the sudden inspiration, the thrill of a new plan, a new person, a new possibility. It feels alive. But so does a wildfire. So does chaos. And unless that high energy is grounded in mindfulness, it becomes just another reaction, another escape disguised as joy. Excitement without awareness is a storm pretending to be the sun. It pulls people forward too fast. It hijacks the nervous system, makes promises it can't keep, convinces you that more is better, faster is wiser, louder is truer. But what looks like passion might just be panic wearing perfume. What feels like motivation might just be the fear of stillness dressed up as purpose. The teaching of the middle path is not because extremes are always painful, but because extremes are always unstable. And high energy, when left unchecked, turns into addiction. Not to substances, but to stimulation, to achievement, to novelty, to anything that keeps the mind from being still. Because underneath the excitement is often a discomfort no one wants to feel, a loneliness, a fear, a quiet whisper that says, asterisk, what if this moment isn't enough? Asterisk. So the mind chases a new project, a new relationship, a new spiritual high. Each one creating a spike of energy that mimics growth. But spikes don't build. They crash. And when they crash, the emptiness returns. Not because life is empty, but because the excitement wasn't real. It was borrowed. And like all debt, it comes with a cost. This is how people confuse inspiration with restlessness. How they mistake urgency for clarity. How they trade peace for the rush of something new. But peace doesn't shout. It doesn't beg for attention. It doesn't pull you out of your body. Excitement often does. It lifts you up in a way that feels spiritual but leaves you ungrounded. And ungrounded energy, no matter how golden it looks, eventually crashes. This is not a call to dullness. It's a call to discernment. To feel the difference between authentic joy and manic grasping. Between inner enthusiasm and external chasing. Excitement that rises from stillness is clean. It doesn't override your breath. It doesn't spin you out. It builds slowly, like a calm fire warming from the inside. Excitement that rises from fear burns too hot, too fast, and leaves ashes in its wake. False fire is also found in overpromising, in the compulsive need to say yes to everything, to fix everything, to be everything. That energy is praised in modern culture: hustle, grind, push. But the warning is against excess in all forms. Even excess dressed as good intentions. Because high energy without presence isn't virtue. It's self-destruction with a smile. This form of negative energy is tricky because it often feels socially acceptable. No one questions the person who's always on, who's always excited, who lights up the room. But if that energy never rests, if it's never quiet, then it's likely fueled by fear. Fear of being forgotten. Fear of being unproductive. Fear of sinking into stillness and meeting the truth that nothing external can ever complete you. Excitement also fools the spiritual seeker. There's a rush that comes with awakening, with breakthroughs, with insights. But chasing those highs becomes another trap. Meditation is not meant to be fireworks. The teachings are not performance. And enlightenment is not adrenaline. The true practice is calm, deep, unmoving. Not because it lacks color, but because it doesn't need to prove anything. So, how do you tell the difference between real joy and false fire? By what it leaves behind. Real joy leaves space. False fire leaves craving. Real joy deepens your breath. False fire tightens it. Real joy roots you. False fire scatters you. One opens. The other inflates. And when the inflation pops, all that's left is fatigue and confusion. The invitation is to feel the body when excitement arises. Not to kill it, but to investigate. Where is the energy coming from? Is it clean? Is it calm beneath the buzz? Or is it spinning? Do you feel more alive, or just more distracted? These questions bring you back to center. And from center, all energy becomes wisdom. Stillness isn't the absence of excitement. It's the space where excitement is seen clearly. It's where energy can rise without taking over. Where emotions can move without becoming identity. Where joy can live without turning into grasping. And that kind of stillness doesn't kill the fire. It refines it. It turns it from blaze into warmth, from flare into fuel. This understanding also helps when others bring false fire into your space. When someone's excitement feels overwhelming, when their energy rushes at you, you don't have to match it. You don't have to be pulled into it. You can meet it with grounded presence. You can hold your center without judging theirs. And in doing so, you offer an anchor, a reflection of what true energy feels like. Stable, generous, rooted. Even in creativity, the best ideas often come not during the storm of excitement, but afterward. When the body rests, when the ego stops trying to prove, when there is no performance, only presence. That's when clarity appears. That's when vision deepens. That's when creation serves truth instead of feeding chaos. This doesn't mean life should be flat. It means life should be clear. That your highs don't need to become spikes. That your passion doesn't need to turn into obsession. That you can feel joy without being consumed by it. And in that quiet joy, you find something rare, peace that lasts longer than the mood. The path forward isn't in avoiding energy. It's in mastering it. Riding it. Honoring it without letting it ride you. Letting energy rise and fall without gripping either end. That's the balance the middle path promises. Not dullness, not intensity, but rhythm, breath, presence. So the next time excitement surges, pause. Notice. Ask where it's coming from. Ask where it's taking you. Ask what it's masking. And if the answers feel true, let it move. If they feel hollow, let it go. Because not all heat is healing, and not all light comes from fire. And once you start to see through the illusion of high energy, once you realize that not all fire is warmth and not every surge is clarity, you begin to notice something subtler but equally corrosive. It's not the explosion of manic excitement, but the quiet heaviness of what never left. The emotional weight that's been silently piling up. Old anger, past joy, unspoken fears, outdated guilt. Not processed, not released, just stored, kept, protected. And what looks like emotional depth sometimes reveals itself to be emotional hoarding. Not wisdom, but weight. Not insight, but stuckness. And now we turn toward the anxiety behind holding on to every emotion and how the teaching of detachment gently teaches the nervous system to let go. There's a natural impulse in the mind to keep what feels meaningful. To hold on to experiences that mattered, to preserve moments, feelings, stories, as if collecting them gives life a sense of substance. But this collection quickly becomes clutter. Not just in the mind, but in the body. Emotions are energy. They move, or they stagnate. And when they stagnate, they begin to rot, turning vibrant memories into heavy moods, turning moments of growth into long-term identity. Emotional hoarding doesn't always look like suffering. Sometimes it looks like reflection, like storytelling, like emotional intelligence. But underneath, there's fear. A subtle belief that if you let go of the feeling, you lose the meaning. That if you release the memory, you lose part of yourself. That if you move on, you betray what you felt. And so the feeling is held, repeated, revisited, until it's no longer alive. It's just noise. Detachment is not apathy. It's not numbing. It's not forgetting. It's letting emotions pass through instead of building a home inside you. It's honoring what came without trying to keep it. It's trusting that what matters will stay even without clinging. Just like breathing, you don't hold your breath to prove it was real. You release it so life can continue. When emotional energy isn't allowed to move, it gets stored in the nervous system. Muscles stay tight. Breath stays shallow. Sleep gets disturbed. And slowly, what was once a passing feeling becomes a personality. I'm the one who's always been disappointed. I'm the one who never healed from that breakup. I'm the one who carries deep sadness. These identities form not from truth, but from repetition. And repetition is the language of hoarding. This holding is fueled by anxiety. A sense that something will be lost if you don't hold tightly, that feelings must be preserved like artifacts. But the practice points to a deeper truth. Everything that arises is impermanent. And when you resist that impermanence, suffering begins. It's not the feeling that hurts. It's the refusal to let it go. This is why some people feel stuck in emotions that happened years ago. Not because the event is still happening, but because the energy was never allowed to move. The story was told too many times. The sensation was revisited without mindfulness. The meaning became too heavy to carry. But detachment doesn't require you to deny the feeling. It just invites you to see it as passing. Temporary. Not self. Letting go doesn't mean the experience didn't shape you. It means you don't keep reliving it. You don't make it your home. You don't chain yourself to the past by refusing to drop what the moment no longer needs. Just like you don't carry every breath you've ever taken, you don't need to carry every emotion you've ever felt. One of the ways emotional hoarding hides is in justification. This changed me. This was important. I need to remember how it felt, and while that's understandable, it's also a trap. Because memory is not truth. It's interpretation. And each time you revisit an old emotion without awareness, it mutates. It grows sharper, deeper, louder. Not because the pain is still real, but because the body and mind haven't learned to let it pass. Detachment offers a different way, to feel without fusing. To remember without reattaching. To honor without replaying. This is emotional freedom. Not because nothing matters, but because everything is allowed to flow. Nothing gets stuck. Nothing is claimed. It comes, it moves, it leaves. One helpful practice is observing your own emotional storage. What do you keep returning to? What story do you tell over and over? What moment still brings a surge in your chest even though it's long past? Notice the attachment. Then ask, what am I trying to protect? Often it's not the feeling. It's the identity that came with it. The meaning it gave you, the validation it created, the sense of self it solidified. But all of that is temporary. Even your current self is just a formation of patterns and impressions. And if you're willing to release emotional clutter, you begin to meet yourself in new ways. Not as someone wounded or triumphant or grieving or joyful, but as someone present, available, unburdened. Emotional hoarding is also linked to a misunderstanding of healing. Many people believe healing means feeling something over and over until it's resolved. But sometimes repetition reinforces the wound. True healing comes when the energy completes its cycle. When the body stops needing to hold it. And often this happens not through intensity, but through stillness. Through allowing. Through letting the sensation rise, peak, and dissolve without chasing it. Some feelings need to be expressed. But many just need to be noticed. Seen without judgment. Breathed into. Not fed. Not dramatized. Just allowed. And in that allowing, the nervous system does its work. The energy shifts. The emotion completes its arc. And you're left not with more weight, but with more space. This space is not emptiness. It's clarity. It's room for new experience, new breath, new thought. And it's often unfamiliar at first. People who have carried emotional weight for years sometimes feel naked without it. That's okay. The body will adjust. The mind will find new rhythms. And over time, spaciousness becomes home. Detachment also means you stop over-identifying with deep feeler narratives. You stop confusing sensitivity with accumulation. Feeling deeply doesn't mean keeping everything. In fact, true sensitivity means learning how to move energy efficiently, to feel fully and let go fully, like waves passing through open water. When you live this way, emotion becomes movement, not storage. The highs and lows still come, but they don't leave residue. You cry, and it cleanses. You laugh, and it passes. You fear, and it fades. Nothing gets hoarded. Nothing gets held beyond its usefulness. And that rhythm feels like freedom. So the next time a strong emotion arises, meet it with curiosity. Ask it what it wants. Ask if it's still useful. Ask if it's ready to leave. If it is, breathe. If it isn't, sit with it gently. But either way, don't grip. Don't frame your life around it. Let it be a visitor, not a roommate. Because your energy isn't meant to be a storage unit. It's meant to be a river. And after releasing the burden of stored emotion, after making space by letting old energy move through instead of pile up, you begin to notice another hidden weight. One that doesn't live in your muscles or memories, but in your thoughts. It's quieter than grief, but just as exhausting. It shows up in the shower, in bed at night, in long walks and short silences, rehearsed confrontations, imaginary arguments. The mind looping through scenes that never happened, or that did but now play out with sharper comebacks, stronger defenses, better lines. These are ghost conversations, and they steal more peace than anyone realizes. Ghost conversations don't ask for permission. They enter like old habits dressed in the voices of people you know. You explain yourself. You defend your side. You correct what was misunderstood. You say what you should have said. And even though nothing is happening, your body reacts as if it is. Heart pounding, tension rising, words forming behind clenched teeth. But there's no one there. Just you and the echo of a moment you still haven't released. The trap is subtle. The mind believes it's preparing, practicing, gaining clarity. But what it's really doing is staying trapped in a version of the past that can't be changed, or a future that hasn't arrived. These rehearsed battles feel productive, but they're illusions. No healing comes from arguing with a memory. No peace comes from winning a debate that never leaves your head. The teaching is that thoughts are not problems. Clinging to them is. A mental story that rises and passes is harmless. But when you fuse with it, when you start narrating, defending, obsessing, that's when it becomes suffering. Ghost conversations are a perfect example of this. They don't hurt because they happen. They hurt because they continue. Because attention feeds them, and energy follows attention. Why do they start? Often because something feels unfinished. A conversation ended abruptly. A message went unanswered. A boundary wasn't honored. And the part of the mind that craves closure starts spinning. It tries to find resolution by repeating the pain, rewriting the scene, imagining a version where you're heard, seen, validated. But that version never comes, because the mind can't create what only presence can offer. And ghost conversations are built entirely from absence. The first step to ending these loops is noticing them without judgment. Not shaming yourself for thinking, but seeing the pattern. I'm rehearsing again. There's that urge to prove, just noticing creates space. It breaks the trance, because the moment you realize it's not real, you've already stepped out of its grip. Next is bringing the body into awareness. Most ghost conversations happen in the head. Fast, circular, disconnected. So return to sensation. Where is the tension? What's your breath doing? Can you soften your shoulders? Can you feel your feet? Anchoring in the body pulls you out of fantasy. It returns you to now. And now is the only place where peace can exist. Loving kindness is another powerful tool here, because ghost conversations are usually fueled by resentment, fear, or the craving to be understood. When you send loving kindness to the person in your mind, not because they deserve it, but because you do, you dissolve the energy of the fight. You say silently, may you be well. May you find peace. May I be free of this story. These phrases are not just words. They're emotional medicine. They shift the vibration of the moment from tension to release. This doesn't mean you approve of what happened. It means you stop letting it control your thoughts. You stop rehearsing pain. You stop trading the present for a past that already took enough from you. Ghost conversations can't continue without your participation. When you stop feeding them, they dissolve. There's also the trap of "I just need to say one more thing." This keeps people stuck. The belief that if you could explain just a little better, they'd finally understand. But more often than not, what's really needed is acceptance. Acceptance that they may never get it. That the closure might never come from them. And that peace doesn't need their cooperation. It just needs your willingness to let go. Some ghost conversations come from imagined scenarios, fears of what someone might say, defenses against attacks that haven't happened. These are born from anxiety, the mind trying to control what can't be predicted. But mindfulness invites you to meet the unknown with openness, not rehearsed fear. You don't need to prepare for every battle. You just need to be present enough to respond wisely if one ever comes. It helps to reflect. What are you trying to protect with this mental argument? Is it your pride, your sense of justice, your self-worth? Often ghost conversations are symptoms of deeper wounds. A fear of being invisible. A fear of being misunderstood. And when those fears aren't met with compassion, they try to protect themselves through mental defense. But no amount of imaginary winning will ever soothe the wound of feeling unseen. Only presence can do that. Sometimes writing the conversation down helps. Not to relive it, but to release it. To get it out of the loop and onto the page, to see it from the outside. And once it's written, you can bless it, burn it, shred it. Let it go physically so your mind can follow. The act itself becomes a ritual of release. Meditation is where ghost conversations lose their power most completely. When you sit and the thoughts come, because they will, you don't fight them. You see them. There's the argument again. There's that loop, and you return to breath, again and again. The breath becomes your anchor, your home, your escape from the theater of the mind. Not by silencing it, but by not buying a ticket to the next show. Over time, the loops weaken. The urge fades. The same thought that once hijacked your entire morning becomes just another cloud passing by. This is freedom. Not because the world changed, but because you stopped believing every voice that echoed inside. The people in your ghost conversations don't live in your mind. You do. And you deserve to live in a space that feels calm, not combative. That holds silence, not arguments. That offers peace, not rehearsed rage. So the next time a ghost conversation rises, greet it kindly. Thank it for showing you what still hurts. Then, without feeding it, return to your body, to your breath, to your life. You're here now. The past doesn't need another rehearsal. And once the mind stops rehearsing the fights that never happened, once the ghost conversations finally fall silent and the present moment regains its voice, you begin to sense something else that lingers. Not thought, not memory, but something heavier. A strange tension in the chest after talking to someone angry. A drained feeling that hits after being around a person who never smiles. A tight jaw, clenched not from your own stress, but from carrying someone else's. This is the next layer of what's rarely noticed, the emotional energy of others that seeps into your body, not by force, but by subtle absorption. And unless this is understood, your energy gets shaped by lives that aren't yours. Emotions move. They carry vibration. Anger sharpens the air. Grief slows the room. Joy lifts everything it touches. None of this is mystical. It's biology. Neurology. Mirror neurons responding, sympathetic nervous system syncing. But when this energy isn't met with awareness, it doesn't just pass through. It settles. It finds a home inside of you. And slowly, it becomes part of how you feel, how you think, even how you see yourself. This is what the teachings point to when they speak of energetic contamination. Not evil forces, not curses. Just the quiet, unnoticed way that someone's mood enters your field and blends with your own. You leave the conversation feeling low and call it your sadness. You finish the meeting feeling anxious and assume it's your problem. But often it's not. It's residue. Echo. Emotional debris you didn't create but forgot to clear. The danger is not just in carrying others' emotions. It's in confusing them for your identity. This is how a temporary energetic echo becomes a long-term personality trait. I'm just an anxious person. I'm always tense, but maybe you're not. Maybe you just never learned to separate what's yours from what was left behind by others. This is where the practice of energetic integrity begins. It doesn't mean cutting everyone off. It means staying rooted in yourself while present with others. It means listening without absorbing. Holding space without becoming the space. Feeling their pain without holding it as your own. The breath is the first tool, because breath is yours. No one else can breathe for you. When you notice the tightness, the heaviness, the fog that follows a difficult exchange, return to breath. Deep, slow, present. Let it move through the body with one purpose, clearing. With each exhale, the question is not, what's wrong with me? But, what have I picked up that isn't mine? Awareness is the next step. Mindfulness doesn't just notice thoughts. It notices energy. You feel the shift in your body when someone's words carry judgment, blame, sorrow. You notice the muscles tighten, the shoulders rise, the breath catch. That noticing is power. It creates choice. You can soften instead of tense. You can anchor instead of react. There's also the practice of energetic boundaries, not walls, but filters. Boundaries are not about resisting others, but about returning to self. A simple grounding technique: place a hand on your heart during or after difficult interactions. Feel the warmth. Feel the body. Say silently, I return to myself. This isn't woo-woo. It's nervous system regulation. It tells your body, you are here. You are safe. You are whole, Some of the most intense energetic echoes come from relationships with emotional imbalance. People who vent without listening. People who drain without giving. People who expect you to carry what they refuse to face. Over time, these dynamics create fatigue, irritability, confusion. Not because you're weak, but because you've become a container for energy that was never yours to hold. Compassion does not mean becoming a sponge. True compassion is wise. It offers presence, not self-sacrifice. It listens without dissolving. It sees clearly where responsibility begins and ends. This clarity prevents energetic fusion. The subtle merging of your emotions with someone else's. And from that clarity, you can still love, still support, still care, without carrying. Sometimes what you carry isn't even from a specific person. It's the collective mood of a space. A meeting room thick with unspoken tension. A household layered with years of unprocessed grief. A family dinner where everything looks fine but feels sharp. These places hold echoes, too. And unless you clear them, they follow you home. Water is a powerful reset. A shower with intention. Not just cleaning the body, but clearing the field. As the water moves, say softly, I let go of what's not mine. Let it wash through the skin, the breath, the heart. It's not about magic. It's about nervous system relief. A pause. A recalibration. Even silence is medicine. After social interaction, especially emotionally charged ones, take time alone. Not to isolate, but to reset. To hear your own frequency again. To ask, how do I feel when no one else is in the room? That question often reveals what was never yours to carry in the first place. Meditation practices that include body scanning are helpful here. Start from the top of the head and move down. Notice where there's tension, heat, or dullness. Breathe into each place. Ask softly, is this mine? And if the answer feels like no, release it. No explanation needed. Just permission. Over time, you learn the difference between empathy and fusion. Empathy feels with. Fusion forgets self. One creates compassion. The other creates burnout. And once you see that difference clearly, you stop apologizing for protecting your energy. You stop mistaking exhaustion for generosity. You stop calling your depletion a service. Mindfulness brings you back to the center, not in theory, but in sensation. It returns you to the breath, to the still point inside the chest, to the awareness that was never moved by the emotion, only observed it. And in that awareness, all echoes fade. What's real stays. What was borrowed returns. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is not take it on. Let them have their sorrow. Let them carry their anger. Let them hold their silence. Not because you're cold, but because you know you cannot process the karma that isn't yours. You can only meet them with kindness. Then return to your own breath, your own body, your own peace. And when you do that often enough, something changes. You no longer dread heavy conversations. You no longer absorb every mood in the room. You no longer lose yourself in someone else's pain. Because now you're anchored. Now you know what's yours and what isn't. Now you've reclaimed your energy, not by building walls, but by remembering who you are beneath the noise. So the next time you feel heavy without knowing why, don't ask, what's wrong with me? Ask, what have I picked up that's not mine? Then breathe. Then come home to yourself. And once the weight of other people's emotions is no longer mistaken for your own, once you stop absorbing their pain and start anchoring in your own peace, there's still another voice to confront. This one doesn't come from the outside. It doesn't carry someone else's tone. It's quiet, familiar, and constant. It speaks in simple words, but the damage runs deep. You should have done more. You should be happier by now. You should already know how to handle this. These aren't gentle suggestions. They're commands. And they don't guide. They bruise. Now we enter the world of internalized pressure. The hidden violence of should. The word seems harmless at first. It sounds like structure, like aspiration, like motivation. But when should becomes the language of your inner voice, it stops being guidance and starts becoming judgment. Every should implies that what is, who you are, what you feel, where you stand is not enough. And that message, repeated daily, becomes a kind of self-abuse. Polite, invisible, but wounding just the same. In the teaching, suffering is said to come not from the world itself, but from resistance to what is. The word should is resistance dressed in rules. It's the belief that something has gone wrong simply because it doesn't match the script you were handed. And often, you didn't even write that script. It was shaped by family, by culture, by media, by school, by years of quiet messaging that a good person acts this way, that success looks like that peace must feel like this. The shoulds build up, and soon they form a cage, not made of steel, but of silent expectations. What makes this form of violence so dangerous is that it wears the mask of improvement. People believe they're helping themselves. I should exercise more. I should meditate daily. I should be over this by now, but underneath, it's not self-care. It's self-attack. Because it doesn't come from love. It comes from comparison, from fear, from internalized criticism that says if you don't meet these invisible standards, you are not okay. This kind of pressure does more than weigh on the mind. It contracts the body. Shoulders round, jaw tightens, breath shortens. The nervous system doesn't know the word should. It only knows tension. And tension held over time becomes exhaustion. Even spiritual practice can turn into performance if driven by should. Meditation becomes another test. Kindness becomes another scorecard. Growth becomes another demand. The practice gently exposes these inner narratives. It doesn't argue with them. It watches them. And in that watching, you start to hear the voice beneath the voice. The one that says, "You're not enough until," that's where the violence lives. Not in what you're doing, but in the reason you think you have to do it. Freedom begins when you question the should. Who decided this? Who benefits from me believing this? What happens if I let this go? Sometimes the answer is silence. Sometimes it's sadness. Sometimes it's relief. But always, there's space. Because once you question a should, it loses its grip. And in that loosened grip, you find choice. Self-compassion is the antidote. Not as an abstract idea, but as a daily, embodied practice. When the should voice rises, answer it not with resistance, but with curiosity. What part of me is afraid? What am I really needing right now? Often the should is a cover for longing, for connection, for safety, for rest. And when you meet those needs directly, the pressure softens. The aggression fades. Sometimes the should voice speaks in shame. I should be better than this. I shouldn't still be struggling, and the teaching doesn't deny the struggle. It meets it with presence. It says suffering is part of the path, not proof that you're failing. You don't need to earn your way into worthiness. You were never outside it. You can still hold intentions without turning them into weapons. Wanting to grow is not the same as needing to be different to be acceptable. The energy is completely different. One is loving. The other is punishing. And your body can feel the difference. When you act from compassion, the breath deepens. When you act from should, it locks. Even the most well-meaning should can become a burden if it replaces acceptance with pressure. I should forgive them. I should feel grateful, these seem spiritual. But if they bypass your actual feelings, they're just more layers of denial. The teaching is to be with what's real. If forgiveness isn't authentic yet, honor that. If gratitude feels fake today, let that be okay. Truth is not always pretty, but it's always healing. Letting go of should doesn't mean you give up. It means you stop fighting yourself. It means you shift from force to flow, from punishment to presence, from expectation to observation. And in that shift, the inner violence ends. Not because you fixed yourself, but because you stopped believing you were broken. This transformation is not about doing less. It's about doing from a different place. You can still practice, still care, still grow. But now it's from kindness. Now it's from listening. Now it's from trust. And that kind of energy doesn't burn you out. It fuels you. One way to practice this is to replace every should with could or might. Feel the difference. Asterisk I could meditate. I might rest, asterisk suddenly there's no pressure. Just possibility. Just openness. And openness is where true change begins. Not through force, but through freedom. Another practice is to name the should and release it. Write it down. Speak it aloud. Then pause. Ask if it serves you. If it doesn't, breathe. Let it go. Say, asterisk, I choose presence over pressure. Asterisk over time, the mind learns a new language, one rooted in compassion instead of control. You may still have goals. You may still want growth. But now you'll know the difference between striving and suffering, between intention and inner aggression, between loving yourself and trying to fix what was never broken. Because you are not a project. You are a person. A process. A presence. So the next time the should voice returns, and it will, greet it with kindness. Say, asterisk, I hear you, but I don't need you right now. Asterisk and return to the breath, to the moment, to the truth that right now, exactly as you are enough. And once the grip of should begins to loosen, once you stop living under the weight of invisible expectations and begin to move from compassion instead of comparison, a deeper silence opens. But for many, that silence doesn't stay silent for long, because buried just beneath the shoulds is something even more subtle, more invasive, and more constant. It's the imagined presence that watches everything you do, everything you feel, everything you fail to become. It doesn't speak loudly. It doesn't punish like the inner critic. But it never looks away. And in its gaze, life becomes performance. This is the inner spectator, the audience in the mind. And now we step into the teaching that shows what happens when that audience disappears. There's a strange pressure that arises when you feel observed. You speak differently, move differently, even breathe differently. But the real question is, what if that pressure never leaves? What if the one doing the watching is not another person, but a version of yourself trained to monitor, correct, and narrate every experience? This is not paranoia. It's ego in disguise. Not ego as arrogance, but ego as constant observation. And in the teaching, this phenomenon is deeply connected to the illusion of self. Most people assume they are a solid identity moving through the world. But practice reveals something different. That what we call the self is just a collection of thoughts, memories, and stories, none of which are fixed. The inner spectator is a product of that illusion. It's the part of the mind that says, I am doing this, and then steps back to critique it. Asterisk that wasn't good enough. That looked awkward. That wasn't the right choice, asterisk a voice and a watcher. But the voice and the watcher are both made of thought. Neither is real. They only feel real because they've never been challenged. This is why you can feel watched even when you're alone. Why you replay conversations even after they end. Why shame can rise for something no one else even noticed. Because the watcher doesn't need a real audience. It only needs attention. Your attention. Your belief in its authority. Letting go of this inner audience is not about becoming careless. It's about seeing through the illusion that your life needs to be observed to be valid, that your choices need to be explained, that your feelings need to be justified. It's about realizing that experience does not need a narrator. It only needs presence. The moment you stop watching yourself, something shifts. You laugh more. You move with less hesitation. You feel things without editing them. This is not recklessness. It's return. Return to a life that's lived from the inside, not from above. But the habit of self-watching runs deep. It's reinforced by culture, by upbringing, by praise and punishment. Be good. Don't embarrass yourself. What will people think? These messages teach the mind to divide, one part doing, one part judging, one part pretending. But none of it is freedom. The invitation is to look directly at this process. In meditation, when thoughts arise, notice not just the content, but the observer. Who is watching? Who is thinking this is good or this is bad? Stay with that question. You'll find that the more closely you look, the less you find. The watcher dissolves under awareness, because it was never separate. It was just another thought pretending to be the one in charge. Letting go of the audience also softens shame. Shame is built on being seen, from the inside or outside, and found wrong. But when the internal spectator is gone, shame has no spotlight. It can't grow without the gaze. What's left is just sensation. Just a moment. Just breath. No added meaning, no judgment layered on top. This shift affects every part of life. Creativity becomes expression instead of evaluation. Relationships become connection instead of performance. Even solitude becomes softer, no longer filled with internal reviews, but simply full of space. You begin to feel how much energy was spent trying to be seen a certain way. And now that energy is returned to you. This isn't about never reflecting. It's about knowing when reflection becomes surveillance. Healthy self-awareness checks in with curiosity. The inner spectator checks in with critique. One opens. One closes. One leads to growth. The other leads to paralysis. To practice letting go of the audience, return to the body. Notice how the breath feels when no one is watching. Notice how it changes when the mind imagines a gaze, even a silent one. That shift is the signal. The signal that the watcher has entered again. And with that awareness, you have a choice: feed the performance or return to the moment. You can also ask, who am I trying to impress right now? Often the answer will surprise you. It's not always a real person. Sometimes it's a past version of yourself. Sometimes it's a parent. Sometimes it's society. Sometimes it's just a vague idea of what the right person would do. But when you name it, the spell weakens. You stop living for someone who isn't even present. Over time, the need for the audience fades. You stop narrating your life to yourself. You stop justifying how you feel. You stop building your identity around how you might appear. Instead, you return to experience. To breath. To sound. To color. To sensation. And there's a kind of peace that only exists when you're not being watched, not even by yourself. This is the letting go of self-view. Not that you stop existing, but that the fixed idea of who you are no longer controls you. You can flow, shift, move, rest, without the constant story of what it means. This is not detachment from life. It's intimacy with it. Because when there's no one watching, you finally start to feel what's really there. So the next time you feel hesitant, nervous, ashamed, or self-conscious, pause. Ask if you're being watched, not by others, but by the voice in your own head. Then ask if that voice is necessary. Then breathe. Then act anyway. Not for them, not for the inner judge, but for the moment itself. And once the inner spectator loses its grip, once you no longer perform your life for an invisible judge, there's a kind of spaciousness left behind. But in that space, something old can rise to the surface. Not a voice, not a thought. A weight. The pain that was avoided, the fear that was buried, the anger that never found a place to land. Without the pressure of appearance or approval, raw feeling shows up. And this is where many people get stuck again, believing they now need to remove the negativity to be whole. But the wisdom offers something radically different. You don't need to eliminate the darkness to find peace. You need to allow it to be seen without resistance. This is the quiet art of transmutation. Not repression, not escape, but the alchemy of acceptance. Negative energy is not the enemy. What creates suffering is the attempt to silence, deny, or fix it before it's even been fully met. Emotions, especially painful ones, carry momentum. They rise, crest, and pass when given space. But most people meet pain with resistance. Asterisk, this shouldn't be here. I shouldn't feel this way, asterisk, that resistance adds heat. It turns a passing discomfort into chronic suffering. And over time, that suffering builds a nervous system that's always tense, always guarded, always bracing for the next blow. Acceptance doesn't mean approval. It doesn't mean liking what's happening or giving up on change. It simply means allowing what is to exist without inner war. That means feeling the anger without needing to fix it. Letting the grief move through without apologizing for it. Meeting the fear without numbing it or pushing it away. Acceptance is not passivity. It's clarity. It's the strength to sit with what's uncomfortable long enough for it to transform. In practice, this transformation happens not through control, but through equanimity. Equanimity means evenness of mind. Not flatness, not numbness. Just steadiness. Like a still lake that reflects the sky without clinging to the clouds. When you bring this steadiness to your own inner weather, something shifts. The panic softens. The fire cools. The sorrow opens. You're not trying to make the storm stop. You're becoming the space it moves through. Every time you bring awareness to a difficult emotion without trying to change it, you're practicing alchemy. You're turning reactivity into wisdom. You're letting the energy be felt fully. And in doing so, you let it be free. That freedom is not dramatic. It's quiet. The heart loosens, the breath deepens, and the thing you thought would break you becomes a doorway instead. One common mistake is confusing awareness with analysis. Many people believe they're accepting something when they're actually thinking about it non-stop. But acceptance is not storytelling. It's sensation. It's the willingness to feel without the urge to explain. This is fear. This is heaviness in the chest. This is sadness in the eyes. That simple naming, without judgment, is where transmutation begins. Another trap is trying to turn acceptance into another task on your self-improvement list. I should accept this better. I'm failing at being present, but acceptance that's forced isn't acceptance. It's performance. True acceptance starts when you drop the idea of doing it perfectly. When you sit down with your pain and say, you don't need to leave. I'll stay with you. This shift in relationship, where the emotion is no longer a problem to solve, but a guest to host, creates an energetic change. The emotion starts to unfold like a tight fist opening. It might come with tears, with stillness, with breath. But it comes honestly. And when it's done, it leaves. Not because you pushed it out, but because you let it finish what it came to do. Some people fear that if they accept their pain, they'll be stuck in it forever. But the opposite is true. What you resist, persists. What you allow, transforms. Pain that's pushed down hardens. Pain that's allowed flows. That flow doesn't erase the experience. It integrates it. It makes room for you to feel whole even with scars. That's what makes acceptance so radical. It doesn't ask for perfection. It welcomes the mess. And in doing so, it reveals beauty where no one expected to find it. There are practices that support this. Meditation is one, but not the kind that tries to quiet everything. The kind that lets everything speak. Sitting with what is. Watching the waves rise and fall. Returning to breath not as a way to escape, but as a way to stay anchored. In those moments, even the most painful feelings lose their sharpness. Not because they're gone, but because they've been met. The body also plays a key role in this process. Emotions live there, not just in thoughts. Acceptance means scanning the body and asking, where is this being held? The jaw, the stomach, the chest. Breathing into those places. Letting them soften. Maybe placing a hand there with tenderness. These small acts bring the mind and body into alignment. And that alignment is what allows release. Compassion is what holds it all together. Self-compassion, specifically. Without it, acceptance becomes just another technique. With it, it becomes healing. Speaking gently to yourself. Not demanding that you feel differently, but offering kindness to the part of you that's hurting. Saying, "You're allowed to feel this. You're still worthy in this. You don't have to carry it alone." Sometimes acceptance looks like doing nothing. Just lying down. Just sitting in the sun. Just crying. These are not signs of weakness. They are sacred pauses. They are how the body processes what the mind can't understand yet. And in those pauses, the alchemy continues. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means not fighting. And not fighting doesn't mean giving up. It means surrendering to a deeper wisdom. One that says you don't need to be in control of every sensation. You only need to be in relationship with it. And what you discover in that relationship is that even the hardest feelings have something to offer. Fear teaches softness. Anger teaches boundaries. Sadness teaches presence. When you stop rejecting them, they stop overwhelming you. They become teachers instead of enemies. So the next time something rises, something heavy, something hot, something sharp, pause. Don't reach for a solution. Don't analyze. Just feel. Just breathe. Just name it quietly, and sit with it like a friend in pain. No advice. No pressure. Just presence. That's where the heat dissolves. That's where the energy shifts. That's where alchemy lives. And once you learn how to sit with pain instead of rejecting it, once you feel negative energy melt beneath the quiet strength of acceptance, there's one final ember that still clings to the past. Not because it hasn't been noticed, but because it refuses to move. It hides behind justification, memory, and self-protection. It says, "I'm not finished yet." It says, "They don't deserve peace if I haven't received it." This is not pain anymore. It's resentment. Not a sharp wound, but a dull one that lasts. A slow-burning ache disguised as moral clarity. And now it's time to look at what it really does to the mind. Not just emotionally, but over time. Because resentment doesn't just harden the heart. It distorts time itself. It stains the present with what should have been left behind. And if left unchecked, it begins to age the soul. Resentment lives in time loops. It doesn't just remember what happened. It relives it. Not in a flashback, but in mood, in muscle tension, in narratives whispered to the self each day. The event may be 10 years old, but the anger feels fresh. That's the first sign of what it's doing. It's not marking time. It's freezing it. And frozen time means frozen growth. When resentment runs the inner world, the past becomes a home instead of a memory. This is why people can feel stuck without knowing why. Their life moves forward, but something inside stays behind. That's because resentment is not a story. It's a residency. A mental place built from pain, disappointment, betrayal. And the longer one stays there, the less life feels open. The future shrinks. The moment becomes foggy, because resentment is always pulling attention backward. The teaching offers a powerful insight here: liberation does not come from changing the past. It comes from releasing your need to carry it. Resentment says, I need them to suffer for me to feel free, but practice says, their karma is not your responsibility. Your peace is, this isn't about letting people off the hook. It's about freeing yourself from the hook entirely. Resentment accelerates mental aging because it locks the body in stress. Even if it's quiet, even if it's managed, it still lives in the nervous system. It keeps cortisol elevated. It shortens the breath. It tightens the chest. And over years, this becomes the default state of being. Not because of what they did, but because of what you're still carrying for them. It's like drinking bitterness every morning as proof of what you endured. Some believe that holding on to resentment keeps the wound valid, that if they let it go, it means the pain didn't matter. But letting go doesn't erase what happened. It just stops the past from being the dominant voice in your present. Resentment pretends to be justice, but it often ends as self-neglect. The question becomes, how many more days do you want to give to a moment that already hurt once? The practice of letting go begins with recognition. Naming the resentment without drama. This is where I still feel wronged. This is the story that's still heavy, and then asking, what do I think I'll lose if I stop carrying this? That's often where the attachment hides. People fear that without resentment, they'll become vulnerable, that they'll forget, that they'll invite harm again. But boundaries don't require bitterness. Strength doesn't require a grudge. Resentment collapses time by tethering your worth to something external. It says, I'll be okay when they admit it. I'll feel peace when they apologize. But if your peace depends on someone else's action, you've handed them the keys to your life. The teaching is the opposite. Peace is reclaimed in the present through your own intention, not their behavior. Meditation helps here, not by erasing the resentment, but by slowing the loop. By sitting with the feeling, noticing where it lives in the body, and refusing to feed it with story. Resentment thrives on narration. It grows with retelling. But when the story is dropped, the emotion begins to soften. What felt like anger starts to feel like grief. What felt like blame starts to feel like sorrow. That's how the transformation begins. Not by pretending you're over it, but by seeing what's really underneath it. Time bends around unresolved pain. That's why forgiveness feels like spaciousness. It's not that the event changes. It's that your relationship to it does. The moment no longer chokes the breath. It no longer defines the day. It becomes part of your story, not the whole plot. Some resentments are ancestral, carried from parents, culture, old systems. They're not even fully yours, but they live in you, affecting how you speak, how you trust, how you rest. Letting go in these cases requires compassion not just for yourself, but for what they couldn't give. It's not forgetting. It's not excusing. It's choosing not to age your life in someone else's unresolved pain. There's a grief to releasing resentment. Not because it's good, but because it's been a companion. A familiar ache. A protective wall. And when you let it go, you may feel lost at first. Hollow. But that hollow is healing. That hollow is space for something new. Resentment creates false timelines. It says, asterisk, because they did that, I can't move forward. Asterisk, but your timeline is your own. You don't need their permission to heal. You don't need their words to close the loop. You can choose, in this breath, to stop letting old harm define who you are now. This doesn't mean pretending everything is fine. It means not giving the past the power to shape your nervous system anymore. It means walking through your day without narrating old betrayals. It means noticing when the memory comes up and meeting it with, asterisk, I see you. You're not in control anymore, asterisk. This practice is subtle. It doesn't announce itself with big feelings. It's in the way your shoulders drop after years of tension. The way you no longer flinch when their name comes up. The way your voice doesn't tighten when you talk about what happened. That's the sign. That's freedom returning. Letting go of resentment doesn't mean the relationship continues. Sometimes it ends. Sometimes it stays distant. But the energy no longer poisons your timeline. You stop aging around that wound. You stop replaying it in your dreams. You start breathing like the moment belongs to you again. So the next time resentment rises, pause. Notice the loop it wants to pull you into. Don't fight it. Just don't follow. Come back to the breath, to the sensation. Ask, asterisk, what do I lose by letting this go? Asterisk, then listen. Maybe you'll hear silence. Maybe you'll hear fear. But underneath, you'll hear something else, too. Relief. And once resentment begins to fade, once the poison of long-held grudges stops flowing through the mind like an old clock that never resets, you may feel a strange stillness. But beneath that quiet, something else begins to show itself. Not a wound this time, not a memory. A pattern. The realization that even without new pain, the mind can still find ways to suffer. It loops. It repeats. It replays thoughts, assumptions, and feelings like a broken record that doesn't need a reason to keep spinning. This isn't the past hurting you anymore. It's the echo of your own mind. And it's time to step into the truth that most of the pain we carry now doesn't come from what's happening. It comes from what's being repeated. Welcome to the emotional echo chamber. The human mind has a habit of turning momentary pain into permanent noise. Not because it wants to suffer, but because it seeks control. It believes that by repeating what hurt, it can prepare for the future or prevent it from happening again. But what it really does is trap the heart in cycles. A single fear becomes a constant background hum. A moment of insecurity turns into hours of inner criticism. A fleeting insult repeats 1,000 times, far louder in memory than it ever was in real life. The teachings point directly at this pattern. They say suffering is not pain. It's clinging to pain. And emotional echo chambers are built by that clinging. Thoughts return because attention keeps feeding them. Feelings stay alive because identity keeps tying itself to them. And so the cycle continues, not because the world is cruel, but because the inner narrator won't pause. These loops often begin as self-protection. A story about betrayal becomes a warning system. A story about failure becomes motivation. But over time, the loop outlives its usefulness. It stops protecting and starts imprisoning. It tells you the same lies so often you stop questioning it. I'm not safe. I'm not enough. I'll never change. These aren't truths. They're echoes. And echoes fade the moment you stop shouting into the same cave. To break the loop, you don't need to win the argument in your head. You need to stop having it. Not by force, not by distraction, but by awareness. The moment you see a thought as a loop instead of a fact, it begins to lose power. This again. There's the story, you don't need to fix it. Just see it. Seeing is the beginning of silence. One reason loops are so strong is because they're emotional, not just intellectual. The mind remembers how a feeling felt, not just what happened. So when a thought returns, it brings the feeling with it. This creates a feedback loop. Thought triggers feeling, feeling reinforces thought, and around it goes. The practices aim to cut this loop not by denying emotion, but by separating it from narrative. The breath is your first tool. Thoughts move fast. Emotions ride them. But breath moves slow. It grounds you. It interrupts the rhythm. A deep inhale, a long exhale. It's not dramatic, but it changes everything. It tells the body, we are not in danger. It gives the mind a new object to follow, one that doesn't hurt, one that doesn't loop. Another method is labeling. Thinking. Judging. Remembering, the moment you label the loop, you step outside of it. You become the observer, not the participant. This isn't detachment in the cold sense. It's clarity. You're no longer inside the echo. You're hearing it from the outside. And from the outside, it's far less convincing. Sometimes the loop is not words, but mood. A fog that descends with no clear source. In those moments, ask, what am I repeating without realizing? You might find it's not one big thought, but a low-level hum of dissatisfaction. A habit of resisting what's here. And resistance, too, is a loop. This shouldn't be happening. I need to feel better. Why is this still here? These thoughts don't solve suffering. They sustain it. The teaching is that equanimity, not control, is the way out. Let the storm come. Let the loop run. But don't join it. Don't follow. Just sit, watch, breathe. Over time, even the loudest loop gets tired when no one's reacting to it. One of the most overlooked causes of emotional looping is lack of space. Too much input, too many opinions, too little stillness. When the mind is overstimulated, it doesn't process. It reacts. And reaction is where looping lives. That's why silence is not a luxury. It's a necessity. Time without music, without scrolling, without fixing. Just sitting. Just walking. Just being. That's when the mind begins to reset. That's when the loop begins to fade. There's also a strange comfort in familiar suffering. Some people stay in loops because they know them. They've lived in those thoughts so long, they feel like home. But the teaching asks a different question: is it true peace, or just familiar pain? And if it's the latter, are you willing to release it? Not because it's wrong, but because you deserve to feel something else. Interruption does not mean aggression. You don't need to fight your thoughts. Just gently place something else in the center. A mantra. A question. A touch on the heart. What is actually happening right now? That single question often dissolves 100 imagined threats, because loops are always about what was or what might be. They never exist in the present moment. The more you practice this, the more freedom you feel. Not because your thoughts go away, but because they don't define you. You can walk beside them without becoming them. You can notice the echo and still move forward. That's not denial. That's mastery. Sometimes the most compassionate act is not trying to be positive, but refusing to repeat the negative. Just choosing quiet. Choosing pause. Choosing the breath over the storm. So the next time the loop begins, don't argue with it. Don't chase it. Just stop, listen, label, breathe, and say, asterisk, I hear you, but I don't have to follow you anymore. Asterisk. And once the loops begin to slow, once the echo chambers of repeated pain lose their volume and the storm inside your mind starts to settle, you begin to sense something underneath it all. A faint signal buried in the noise. A quiet message inside the chaos. The thought comes, asterisk, maybe the pain wasn't the enemy. Maybe it was a teacher, asterisk, but how do you find the teaching without dragging the weight? How do you receive the wisdom of suffering without replaying its soundtrack forever? This is where clarity steps in. Not to erase pain, but to separate it from what it left behind. Because there's a difference between what hurt and what we keep hurting with. And now the work becomes refining that difference, extracting the signal from the noise. Pain has a message. That's why it exists. Physical pain teaches us not to touch the fire. Emotional pain points to what's been lost, violated, or misaligned. But unlike the body, the mind tends to hold on to the alarm even after the fire is out. It carries the smoke. It hoards the ashes. And that residue becomes confusion. Asterisk, am I still in danger? Am I still broken? Asterisk, but wisdom invites you to pause and look again. What if the lesson was already delivered, but you've just been carrying the packaging? Every painful moment comes with two parts, the sensation itself, and the story built around it. The event and the echo. The injury and the interpretation. The wisdom and the weight. But unless you stop and gently sift through what's left, you carry both. And that's how people live for years under the heaviness of experiences that are no longer even present. So the practice is this: When pain rises, ask not just what is this, but also, what is useful here, and what can be left behind. That's the filter. That's what insight teaches you to refine. Awareness does not mean analysis. It means observation without clinging. Feeling the sharpness of the emotion but not reinforcing the story that came with it. Let's say someone betrayed you. The betrayal itself is pain. That's the signal. It tells you something was wrong. Something needs repair or release. But the thought, "I can never trust again," is the noise. It's the residue. It's pain that's lost its context and turned into a belief. And that belief doesn't protect you. It confines you. It turns a lesson into a limitation. Signal says, "That hurt," noise says, "That defines me now," signal says, asterisk, "I need healing." Asterisk noise says, asterisk, "I'll always be broken." Asterisk one points to the wound so it can close. The other reopens it every time the memory is touched. And if you don't learn to separate them, you can't move freely. You begin to fear the lessons because of how much baggage they seem to come with. But the lesson doesn't need the weight. You can learn from fire without living in smoke. You can remember the cut without wearing the bandage forever. The teachings don't ask you to deny pain. They ask you to look through it. Not around it, not away from it. Through it. Because pain that is seen clearly begins to soften. Pain that is respected but not idolized begins to shift. This is why stillness is sacred. It lets you notice the layers. It lets you see which thoughts arise with tension and which ones come with truth. Truth feels clear, even when it's hard. It opens. Noise contracts. It tightens the chest. It repeats itself. It creates confusion. When you feel both, the body will often tell you which is which, if you're willing to listen. Another part of this practice is not rushing the insight. The mind wants a clean lesson, a takeaway, a perfect quote. But some pain doesn't resolve in neat phrases. Sometimes the lesson is silence. Sometimes it's softness. Sometimes it's just seeing that you survived and allowing that to be enough. The signal doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers, asterisk, "You made it." Asterisk, and if you're too busy looking for meaning, you miss the message. There's also the trap of over-identifying with your healing journey, turning every past wound into part of your personality. But healing doesn't mean becoming your pain's best friend. It means knowing it came, it taught, and it left. You're allowed to grow without constantly looking back to prove how far you've come. The past can shape you without owning you. One powerful practice is noting. You observe an emotion and say, asterisk, "This is sadness." "This is grief." Asterisk not, "This is my sadness," or asterisk, "This is me being broken." Asterisk just, "This is sadness." That subtle shift breaks the identification. It separates the wave from the shore. It lets you see the signal without merging into the static. When you sit with your pain this way, something begins to happen. It stops being overwhelming. You begin to sense its shape, its rhythm. You see that it has edges, that it rises and falls. And in the space between those waves, you find the clarity that was always waiting underneath. Another key insight is that pain becomes heavier when it's hidden. When it's not processed, not spoken, not seen. That's why journaling, speaking to a trusted person, or just whispering your truth to yourself is healing. It turns the noise down. It brings the lesson forward. You don't need to explain it perfectly. You just need to let it breathe. The pain you felt was real, but the story you continue to build around it may not be. And that story is what exhausts the heart. It's what makes you flinch at joy, hesitate at love, doubt your worth. But wisdom says you can put the story down. You can say, "Thank you for what you taught me," and leave the rest behind. This isn't about spiritual bypassing. It's not about pretending you're fine or rushing into positivity. It's about honest, grounded discernment. Knowing the difference between what the moment gave and what the mind added later. Between the cut and the commentary. Between the truth and the trauma echo. When you start living this way, something beautiful happens. You stop being afraid of what hurt, because you know you can meet it without becoming it. You can let it speak without giving it a throne. You can extract the signal, carry it like a pearl, and let the shell fall away. So the next time a painful memory returns, pause. Ask it gently, asterisk, "What are you trying to tell me?" Asterisk, "Listen." Then ask, asterisk, "And what are you saying that I no longer need?" Asterisk, "Breathe." Thank it. Then let go. This is how you become lighter. Not because life gets easier, but because you stop carrying what isn't yours anymore. And once the signal has been heard, once the pain has been honored, understood, and separated from the story that tried to keep it alive, something remarkable happens. You no longer feel bound to keep reliving it. The lesson remains, but the heat begins to fade. Still, there is one final test of freedom. Can you leave? Not just physically, but energetically. Can you step out of a person's story, a toxic environment, or a painful memory without dragging its residue into your next chapter? This is not about escape. This is about the soft exit. The path to walking away without resentment, without collapse, and without carrying what no longer belongs to you. Leaving is not always the hardest part. It's what follows. The mental replay. The emotional pull. The invisible threads that keep you wondering, checking, regretting. Physically, you may be gone, but energetically you're still tangled. That's what turns a clean departure into a lingering wound. Because leaving a space without its energy following you requires more than distance. It requires intention. Most people leave in one of two ways: they explode, or they vanish. They burn the bridge or disappear into silence. And while both may offer temporary relief, neither guarantees release. Because release doesn't come from action alone. It comes from clarity. From the inner decision that says, asterisk, I no longer need to carry this with me. Asterisk, that decision doesn't always feel dramatic. It's often quiet. A breath. A boundary. A small moment of truth that says, asterisk, this is the end of this road for me. Asterisk. The teaching is that attachment is the root of suffering. But it also teaches how to loosen that attachment with wisdom instead of aggression. A soft exit is not about pretending something didn't hurt. It's about not needing to carry that hurt like a badge. It's about seeing the pain, acknowledging the history, and still choosing to walk away without dragging it into your future. One of the first steps to a soft exit is identifying what you're still hooked on. It may not be love. It may be the desire to be right, the need to be understood, the fantasy of justice, the hope that one day they'll realize what they did. These hooks keep you tethered long after the situation is over. And the truth is, most people never get the closure they imagined. What you get instead is the chance to offer yourself something better, peace without permission. You don't need them to explain. You don't need them to say sorry. You don't need them to suffer. You just need to choose not to let them live in your nervous system anymore. That's where detachment begins. Not in pushing them away, but in unhooking your identity from theirs. Saying, asterisk, I release this story. I release this role. I release this version of me that needed their validation. Asterisk. Soft exits are not always visible. You might still see the person, still work in the same place, still walk past the memory. But energetically, something has changed. You stop reacting. You stop needing a storyline. You stop letting their presence shape your peace. That's not cold. That's sovereignty. That's how you make space for the life that's waiting beyond the noise. Forgiveness plays a key role in this process. But not forgiveness as eraser. Forgiveness as a way to stop offering your energy to something that no longer feeds your well-being. It's not saying what happened was okay. It's saying you're not going to keep letting it echo in your mind. It's not a gift to them. It's a release for you. Forgiveness says, asterisk, I'm done hosting this wound. Asterisk. Compassion also matters here, especially self-compassion. Because walking away often brings guilt, even if the space was toxic, even if the person was harmful. You wonder, asterisk, did I do enough? Should I have stayed? Could I have saved it? Asterisk, but the soft exit honors that not everything broken needs fixing. Not everything painful needs revisiting. Sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do for yourself, and for them, is leave with grace. The energy you carry when you exit determines how you start the next chapter. If you leave with rage, that rage becomes your atmosphere. If you leave with victimhood, that becomes your identity. But if you leave with presence, if you leave with the truth that this was one part of your path and not the definition of your being, then what comes next is not a reaction. It's a choice. It helps to create rituals around leaving. Not dramatic ones. Simple ones. Writing a letter and not sending it. Closing your eyes and imagining your energy returning to you. Breathing deeply and saying, asterisk, this is mine. That is theirs. I release it. These small acts anchor the exit. They remind the body that something has ended, and they begin the process of reclaiming space for something new. Another part of the soft exit is letting go of needing to be remembered correctly. This is where many people get stuck. They want to control the narrative, to ensure others know what really happened. But detachment teaches that peace comes not from being understood, but from understanding yourself. Your clarity is enough. Their version doesn't need to match. Let them have their story. You're writing a new one. Leaving doesn't always mean disappearing. Sometimes it means changing the role you play, the tone you bring, the way you show up. You no longer respond with tension. You no longer engage in the old dance. You shift the pattern. And in doing so, the energy between you transforms, even if the situation doesn't. This requires patience. Soft exits are not always instant. The hooks may tug. The mind may return. But each time you breathe and choose not to reattach, the grip weakens. It's not about never thinking of them again. It's about no longer thinking of them with pain. And that shift is a quiet revolution. You are not abandoning anything by walking away. You're honoring what's already ended. You're recognizing that not every ending needs closure. That sometimes peace comes not from finishing the sentence, but from dropping the pen entirely. The soft exit is not escape. It's not denial. It's not withdrawal. It's a sacred return to yourself. A way of saying, I can love from afar. I can forgive without forgetting. I can end something without anger. And I can carry only what's mine. So when the time comes, when the weight gets too heavy or the room too small, don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't wait for them to make it easy. Choose yourself. Walk away, not with rage, not with sorrow, but with the steady breath of someone who knows their peace is no longer up for negotiation. That's the soft exit. And once you've stepped away without dragging the weight, once the past no longer grips your nervous system and the space ahead feels clean, you begin to notice a different kind of exhaustion. Not from big events, not from painful relationships, but from something much smaller, something softer, almost invisible. A quiet voice that mutters all day long about the weather, about your reflection, about someone's tone, about the timing, the slowness, the noise. It's not rage. It's not sadness. It's something more subtle, something constant. It's complaint. And what no one tells you is that this quiet habit is one of the greatest thieves of peace. Most people think complaints need volume. That unless you're shouting or ranting, it doesn't count. But the most draining complaints are the ones that whisper. The ones that sit beneath the breath, coloring your whole mood without you noticing. They don't announce themselves as problems. They disguise themselves as observations, as realism, as just saying. But inside, they drain. And over time, they create an atmosphere of chronic dissatisfaction that becomes normal. That's the danger. When unhappiness becomes your baseline, not because of what's happening, but because of how you narrate it. The teachings address this not by silencing you, but by waking you up. Complaining is not wrong. It's unconscious. It's often the mind trying to protect itself from discomfort. It wants control. It wants improvement. But it doesn't know how to ask for help or make changes without resistance. So it complains, sometimes aloud, sometimes only in thought. Either way, it leaks energy, a little at a time, but constantly. The danger of subtle complaints is that they reinforce a sense of self built around dissatisfaction. This isn't enough. That shouldn't be this way. They always do this. These thoughts don't feel violent, but they trap the mind in comparison, resistance, and judgment. They slowly convince you that life is something to be endured rather than embraced. And once that becomes your default filter, everything gets touched by it. Even joy feels muted. This habit is so deeply ingrained that many people don't even realize they're doing it. The complaint isn't always words. Sometimes it's a sigh, a raised eyebrow, a tension in the shoulders, withdrawal of presence. But underneath it is the same message, I don't like this. This moment should be different, and while there's nothing wrong with preferences, the problem comes when those preferences turn into identity. When the mind says, I am someone who is constantly put out. That's when complaining shifts from reaction to lifestyle. Awareness is the first key. Not guilt, not punishment. Just noticing. That was a complaint. There's resistance here. This noticing is gentle but powerful. It creates space between the feeling and the habit. And in that space, a choice is born. The complaint no longer controls you. You see it for what it is, a patterned response, not a truth. The next step is investigation. Ask, what am I really needing right now? Beneath every complaint is a wish. Maybe for ease, maybe for recognition, maybe for control. But when you meet the complaint with curiosity instead of criticism, you begin to translate it. And once it's translated, it can be addressed with wisdom rather than frustration. Sometimes the need is valid. Maybe the environment truly isn't supportive. Maybe boundaries are being crossed. But not all complaints require reaction. Some require reframing. The practice becomes asking, is this something I can change, something I can leave, or something I can soften around? If it's changeable, take action. If it's not, meet it with breath, with stillness, with a shift in posture. These are not passive responses. They are the movements of a mind reclaiming its peace. Another layer of complaint is internal. The mind complains about itself. I'm too lazy. Why did I say that? I never get this right. These thoughts are quieter than self-hate, but more damaging because they feel true. Compassion offers another way. Instead of arguing with these thoughts or trying to replace them with affirmations, it invites you to meet them like clouds. There's that story again. There's that tightness, you don't need to solve the complaint. You just stop feeding it. Gratitude is often offered as the opposite of complaining, but it's more than that. It's a natural outcome of presence. When you really see this moment fully, without resistance, you notice what's working. The breath. The warmth. The colors. The sounds. Gratitude isn't forced. It arises when complaint quiets. When you stop arguing with the way things are, appreciation fills the space. But this doesn't mean pretending to like everything. Presence isn't about fake smiles. It's about honest relationship to what's real. You can acknowledge discomfort without reinforcing victimhood. You can say this hurts without saying life is against me. That's the shift. That's where energy returns. Not because everything is ideal, but because you've stopped fighting what is. Some complaints are inherited, from family, from culture. A way of relating to the world that was modeled and absorbed. This is just how we talk. We always point out what's wrong, these patterns don't belong to you. You can choose to stop carrying them. You can say that story ends here. Not with anger, but with clarity. With breath. In community, habitual complaining spreads. It creates group fatigue, shared negativity. But one person interrupting the pattern can change the whole space. Not by preaching, not by fixing, but by presence. By listening without joining the echo. By reflecting what's possible instead of reinforcing what's wrong. This is not spiritual superiority. It's energetic hygiene. It's refusing to pass along more noise. Sometimes the complaint is about something truly painful. Loss. Betrayal. Injustice. And in those moments, it's not about letting go too quickly. It's about honoring the hurt while staying awake. While not becoming the complaint itself. While saying, yes, this hurts, and also, I will not abandon the beauty of this moment. Awareness invites you to meet each complaint with openness. To see it not as a flaw, but as a call for attention. A message from the heart saying, I'm uncomfortable. Help me meet this differently, and when you listen with that kind of care, the complaint softens. The energy stops leaking. And what's left is clarity, peace, a steady, unshaken mind. So the next time that quiet voice rises, the one that sighs, rolls its eyes, narrates another irritation, pause. Breathe. Ask gently, what's here beneath this? Listen. Maybe all it needs is stillness. Maybe all it needs is to be seen. You've walked through the fire, sifted through the ashes, and learned to breathe in the clear space that comes after. You've seen how the mind clings, how the heart hoards, how the body stores echoes of what was never yours to carry. And step by step, you've practiced letting go, not as an idea, but as a lived, breath-by-breath reality. This isn't about becoming someone who never feels pain. It's about becoming someone who no longer fears it. Who meets anger with curiosity, meets grief with tenderness, meets fear with presence. It's about realizing that peace isn't a destination you arrive at after all the work is done. Peace is the quality of attention you bring to the work itself. To this moment. To this breath. The old identities, the old stories, the old weights, they may whisper to you from time to time. That's okay. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to convince them to leave. You simply notice the whisper, feel the old pull, and then, with a softness that surprises even you choose to return. To the breath. To the body. To the undeniable truth of what is happening right now. Right now, there is breath. There is sensation. There is life, moving through you, around you, as you. And in this aliveness, there is no room for old ghosts. There is only space. Vast, open, clean space. This space is your true home. It was never lost. It was only covered, layer by layer, by stories you learned to believe were you. But you are not the stories. You are the silence that hears them. You are the awareness that watches them come and go. You are the sky, and all the rest is just weather. So as this time together comes to a close, carry this knowing with you, not as a burden, but as a lightness. A permission slip to be here, fully, without needing to be anything other than what you are. When you lie down to sleep tonight, let the breath be your anchor. If thoughts come, let them. If memories surface, let them. Don't follow. Don't fight. Just breathe, and feel the weightlessness of being exactly where you are. No past to resolve. No future to secure. Just this breath. Just this peace. This is where healing lives. Not in a distant someday, but in the quiet acceptance of this now. And this now is enough. It has always been enough. Thank you for being here. For listening. For having the courage to look within. The journey continues, breath by breath. And you are ready. Rest now.